When the YouTube stream is up and running, I will be back momentarily. Oh yeah, and I have to turn off my green screen to show you this, chat. But have a look at this. This is my new plant that I bought the other day. It's got a new leaf coming out. Check that out. I think it's happy with its new pot. This is like twice the size of the one I bought it in. And yeah. It's also, like, not bending over nearly as much as it was when I first got it. It was, like, kind of straight out. The plant store that I bought it from, I like them because they've got a good variety. Their prices are decent, but, like, I wish they took better care of their plants. There's just not enough natural light in there, so a lot of their tropical plants are just upset all the time. Especially the ones on the lower shelves, like this one. But, like, it's also got a BB, which perked out. I've had this for, like, a week and a half, too. Yeah, it's got another shoot coming up, which means somewhere in its root system there's, I can't remember what they're called, but there's, like, basically these little offshoots that split off from them in their root systems. So, yeah, which means I'm gonna have 2 plants. Talking about house plants. This one's got a new leaf too. That's almost looking leaf-like. The leaves on anthuriums are weird because like they shoot out like they shoot out their little stem with a little bud on it, and then a tiny little leaf comes out, which is like, I don't know, a couple millimeters long, and then the leaf just like inflates. So this like is, I don't know, gaining a couple millimeters a day, which is neat. And it keeps flexing, like, at points it'll be, like, inverted like that, and then it'll pop, and then, like, go like that again. Yeah. This is the most expensive plant that I own, and I barely paid anything for it. Alright, just turn the green screen back on. Waiting on the results of your audit? Yeah, I remember you saying that. Thanks, Goose. YouTube chat. Yeah, that last plant that I showed is Anthurium crystallum silver, which, according to the price tag when I got it, it's $110 plant. I didn't spend that much on it. I spent about 12 because I bought a mystery box from that plant shop that came with 3 pots, 3 plants, and a hanger. And you didn't know what pots you get and you didn't know what plants you got, and it was about $100. But the pots are really nice and like handmade ceramics. So those are expensive pots. And I got 3 plants with it, which were expensive plants. So I was pretty happy with it. But I could tell why they threw it into that mystery pack, because it has some very unhappy leaves on it. And the first shoot it put out actually died. Like, it didn't survive. Like, it came out and, like, it had clearly not had enough sun and it just wilted and fell off, basically. Like, the leaf rotted. But no, it's called small private business Pining Tree with not a lot of floor space. So when they need to offload stuff, they'll just do mystery sales. Honestly, I'm a sucker for that stuff when it comes to like hobbies that I'm into. Like there's a record label I really like called Polyvinyl, and once a year they do garage sales, which is basically like, you know, 20 to 50% off of most of their supply. But they'll also have like mystery packs. So what they do is they look at stuff that you've bought from them before, and they'll just put 3, 6, or 10 records into a box and ship it to you that you haven't previously purchased from them. To the point where like it'll straight up say if you don't qualify based on the supply they have. So I'll usually buy the 6 one once a year because it comes down to like $5 a record. And the reason I do it is because there is a record store pretty close to me that will buy almost any sealed record off my hands for about $10. So I almost always make a profit because if I don't like the record, like I look at the record and I look it up on like, I don't know, YouTube Music or Spotify or something. And if I don't like it, then I just take it to the record store and just sell it to him. And he sells it for $20 and he makes a profit. And so I'm kind of a... And anyway, ask me anything about how I have $100 credit at that record store. Yeah, it's something I'm kind of a sucker for if it's a hobby I'm already into. But if it's just like plastic tat, I'm kind of out. Or if it's digital, I'm kind of out. But if it's like, you know, plants, like I buy plants pretty frequently. I also like to give plants away as gifts to people. So I like to buy a tropical plant, like, you know, this will just be green screened out, but like this is a peace lily, believe it or not. You can sort of see the outline of it. Which I bought for $3 at a Safeway because it had peace lilies for some fucking reason that looked like they were about to die and desperately needed help, and I felt bad for them. So I bought one, and now it's very happy. And I don't need 5 peace lilies, which I currently have 5 peace lilies. Ask me anything about why I have too many peace lilies. I should stop going to Safeway. So that's going to be a gift for somebody at some point. I'm going to wait until it looks all pretty, and I'll print it all up, put it in a nicer pot, and give it to somebody for Christmas. So yeah, I mean, like, if it's like a local store, I kind of have no problem with those deals because they're, you know, it's usually a fun way to get extra things. You need to buy a monkey puzzle tree. What's a monkey puzzle tree? Monkey puzzle tree. I need to know what a monkey puzzle tree is. I need to get some clippings of my mom's umbrella tree and try and propagate it. That is a wild-looking tree. This is just Wikipedia. That's pretty dope. You had a similar thing at the record store. They bundles, I think it's 15 records for $50 last year. Oh yeah, that's a good deal. Hell yeah. Mostly stinkers, but there was a couple dope records. Yeah, no, totally. Like, you know, when you factor in like buying a record online these days in the good year 2025 is like $25. If you're buying 15 records for $50, if there are 3 good ones in that, you've done well. Or 3 records you like. They don't even need to be good, but like 3 records that are in good condition that you like, you've like spent an all right amount of money on your hobby. And then you can go trade the rest in if there's other record stores. They're as old as dinosaurs, and they used to be like everywhere, and now they're found in the Andes only. Interesting. Huh. The like actual name of them doesn't even like sounds familiar to me, but I also kind of want to try propagating my my lemon tree because I've got a Meyer lemon. And I know that they're like hard as hell to propagate, but I'm going to need to prune it next year because it's grown significantly. It hasn't put out any fruit this year, but it's grown significantly since I got it. So I'm going to need to prune it next year, and I think I'm going to try and propagate it, which will be hard as hell, but if I can do it, hey. You bought a poinsettia in the middle of the Cold War, or sorry, in the middle of the cold winter, and it died before I could walk it home even though I covered it in a plastic bag. Oh man, that's a bummer. That sucks. Yeah, in regards to that plant behind me, or the first one that I showed, it's an alocasia, and I bought it because I actually wanted to buy another anthurium, because that shop has anthurium magnificums, which I think they're $20, for like, you know, smallish plant. And I really wanted to get one of those and try propagating them because they have really fun big leaves, and my anthurium that I have is a pretty rare, expensive morph. And I think it would be really fun to try and crossbreed it with Anthurium magnificum to see if I could get the silver variant in a magnificum plant. I know I realize I sound like I'm just talking about Pokemon now, but these are plants. Because if I could do that, then that would be a really cool thing to give people as gifts, because then you get giant leaves and they're also really shiny and sparkly. I get upset when food plants get removed for aesthetic and landscaping. Okay, so you know what makes me really happy about where I live, Bootlegger? I live pretty close to a park called Galloping Goose Park, which goes kind of all the way along through downtown Victoria into the next city and out of Victoria and all the way down to the coast, and then turns into another trail which you can ride basically all the way up the southern island and on a bicycle or walk, I guess, but it would take a while. It's like 30 kilometers long or something. But on my end of it, I walked along it this past weekend for the first time in a long time. Normally I ride my bike along it, but I walked, and I did that because I had to go to a blood test on Monday last week, and I didn't feel like riding my bike because usually I have to sit inside for a while, and I don't like where I can lock my bike there. It just doesn't feel very secure. So I walked, and this is basically the first time I walked since like everything's been in bloom. And I presume the city did this because it would be weird for anybody else to have done. I mean, maybe somebody else did this. All the way along the entire stretch of that park are 3 plants that I never see in parks. Dill, green beans, and snap peas. Everywhere. Just in the grass. I presume for pollinators. Because, bees love those things, and they self-seed like crazy. And that whole area is like don't cut this, don't walk on it, don't set it on, no smoke, no, don't set it on fire, no fires, no smoking. We're trying to fix this area because 20 years ago or something, it was just a sandy beach that had just been completely demolished. And they're trying to bring it back to what it was, or what it's supposed to be. And I think this city uses dill as a pollination attractor, which is kind of awesome, in my opinion. You have hazelnut and filbert trees at your first house growing up, and we had hazelnut trees growing up where I lived, but we never got any of them because the squirrels would eat them. Waves in YouTube chat says, hi, they're a noob. Hi! We're all a noob. Don't worry. We still have much to learn. Hope you're good. Do I have a favorite plant and flower, not necessarily in your possession, but in the world? What's the actual name? I know them by their nickname. Chat, what's your favorite plant or flower? Okay, I've never actually looked up the name of them. I'm going to butcher this actual pronunciation. Nymphoea? Nymphoea? I mean, it's definitely not it's definitely not Kniphofa. This is my favorite plant. Call them red hot pokers. You want to know why these are my favorite plant? My birthday's on June 3rd. My mom used to have a fuckload of these. Just this huge bed of them growing up. All the way up the side of the hill in the house that I grew up in. And they would always bloom on my birthday. Day of. Every year. Every single year. Always would bloom on my birthday. So that's probably my favorite flower, if I were to say one. Favorite plant I own? Recency bias, probably my Anthurium. Overall, probably the first peace lily I got, because it was the first houseplant I got. William adores succulents. I would like to get some succulents, but I have a much higher kill-to-death ratio, or life-to-death ratio probably is a better way to say this, when it comes to cacti and succulents than I do, tropical plants. Only grows 2 very long leaves in its entire lifetime, which can be 1,000+ years. Oh my god. I have an aloe plant, actually. I guess that's technically a succulent, isn't it? My mom gave me an aloe when I moved here, and I was like, what do I do with this? And she's like, don't water it. And I'm like, okay. So, I really like twisted willows when it comes to trees, and hemlock trees. There are such things as civil guerrilla planters, planting edible plants and enhancing the biodiversity, such as sweet plants, the red hot pokers. And how many have I tossed as a spear as a kid? None, actually. I was too busy, like, climbing trees to throw those as a spear. Also, I think my mom would have killed me if I did. I mean, maybe, like, I never really intentionally threw them as a spear, but I definitely recall putting the dead flowers after they were done blooming, like, into the, like, compost, so probably threw one like that, but... There's a little plant shop around here, not the one that I bought these plants at, that does these workshops where you bring a jar and you give them $40, and they give you a bunch of succulents and a bunch of, like basically like desert, what's the word? Substrate? Yeah, and you make these little diorama terrarium things. I've looked at those classes a couple of times and almost signed up, and then every time I go, I could also I could just do that. I don't need someone to explain to me how these work. I could just do that. I could just go buy those plants and do that. So I've just never bothered, is the reality. You don't know the common name in English, though. Let's look it up. Roland Rivik. Ah, okay, I know what these are. Yeah, these. I looked it up, Rolling Rubik, if you're not in the ad, but... Are you talking about stone plants, Hilmar, in YouTube chat? Because you're talking about succulents that look like little petrified, like, brains? I think stone plants kind of look like that. Like these guys? I've never seen them that colorful, but... like these guys. They just kind of look like a little bubble, and then, like, occasionally they, like, split off and develop a clone of themselves. They're very funny little... things. I've seen them at stores like this. Button succulents? I call them butt succulents, but I mean, hey. They look like... calling them braids to me is very... polite. Like... You want to roast them on a stick like marshmallows? Yeah, they do kind of look like Easter eggs or candy, don't they? I mean, they're pretty. Like, I don't know. They're not really for me, I guess. Although, if they were for me, they would look like that. Very dwarfy plant. Yeah, I mean, yeah, true. Stone plant is kind of a very dwarfy thing. Oopsies. I'm fairly sure it would taste awful, yeah. It would be like, you know, all of the people going around eating Nintendo Switch cartridges. The night the Nintendo Switch 2 came out, the first thing that showed up in my YouTube feed was a grown-ass man going, well, it's time to do it. Opening up a Switch 2 case, taking the cartridge, putting it in his mouth, and spitting out and going, yep, still tastes like shit. So, it really makes me wonder, like, how many kids are actually putting Switch cartridges in their mouth, because I feel like the only people actually doing it are adults. To see, wow, do they really taste that terrible? Yep, they really taste that terrible. Brain cactuses, too? I need to look up brain cactus now. Oh, wow. Okay. No, I have seen these. Yeah, I've definitely seen these. They look like little piles of noodles. I'd call this a caterpillar cactus, actually. To me, that looks more like caterpillars. Yeah, I don't know. I think I should give succulents another try because I actually have enough sun now. I didn't before. So every succulent I bought in my old place would just die after a bit because they just, you know, didn't have enough sun. Let me just jump into my Google Photos and go back a few years because I saw a really neat cactus while on a trip a good couple years ago. And let me see if I can find it. I need to look at these photos more often and do something with them eventually. This cactus. It was flowering. It looks like a ball of onions. Like somebody shaved an onion and rolled it down a hill with glue. Yeah, they were everywhere. That is a ball of yarn. Sure. Sure. Very ribbony yarn. So this was in the Valley of Fire in Las Vegas, which is famous for being a site where a lot of Star Trek was filmed. It was me, Jess's partner, and my friend Federico, and we went on a hike and looked at a lot of desert. It was a great trip, and there was a cactus. It was really funny when we went on this hike because the very beginning of the walk was just like, do not bring any drugs into the desert. And we're like, well, that's a shame. We all pull out vapes. Great day. It looks suspiciously appetizing. It's very much a do not the salad, you know? Yeah, also there was a lot of water everywhere because there was torrential downpour like a couple days before we got there. It was like the one rain of the year, so all of the plants were flowering. It was really cool. Yeah. It's really cool. Genuinely. I have this framed on my wall. Actually, yeah, no, this one. Framed on my wall. It's one of my favorite photos I've ever taken, actually. Shout out to my grandma who told me that place existed. That's the same, like, rock from the other side. Yeah, if you're ever in Las Vegas, get out of that fucking city as fast as possible and just go to the Valley of Fire. Just go there. Do not the salad, exactly, Hilmar, yes. Very accurate. Yeah, if you're ever in Las Vegas, leave that city as fast as fucking possible. And go to the Valley of Fire, because it is super goddamn cool. Let's see if I can find any other neat photos. Or any other that I would be worth showing. This one was pretty cool. This is how you die, actually. This is how you die in the desert. I seem to recall looking at this and going, that's like a 5-story drop. And being like, yeah, I've seen 127 hours. I know how this ends. I'm just not gonna fall in that. Do not fall in that. That's, there's no cell phone reception out there. Luke the Taco, hello! I would like a taco. Taco sounds good right about now. I had a sandwich with taco filling in it because I made tacos over the weekend, and I didn't really have anything to eat for breakfast, and I ran out of oatmeal yesterday, so this morning for breakfast I had 2 pieces of sourdough bread with taco filling in the middle, and you know, it was pretty good! It was pretty good, actually. You know, I'll say this about Vegas. I love the people watching in Las Vegas. I don't particularly like Las Vegas. Whenever I go to Las Vegas, there is a lot of things I want to do around Las Vegas, and all I want to do in Las Vegas is drink. So for me, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. But like, you know, it's about an hour and a half drive from downtown, Brian, if you're wondering. Yes, it's in Nevada. It's about an hour and a half outside of Las Vegas. I have been in the Phoenix airport once, Brian. I've never been to Arizona, no. Check out West Clear Creek outside of St. John's. What, just like Google it? West Clear Creek in Arizona. Deserts are fascinating to me, but no. Oh, wow, that is pretty. I'm just getting a lot of postcard photos doing this. Since we're looking at pretty deserts. You know, I might actually, like, grab some of these and draw them. I like drawing rocks and deserts. That is really cool, actually. This kind of reminds me of, what's it called? An area that we have, or not that we have, but an area here in BC called Widgeon Creek Falls. But obviously much more like Northwest Rainforest instead of desert. Let's see if Widgeon Creek has photos. Like, this is an area I've been to. Widgeon Creek. It's a better photo. Let's see if I can open this image. Well, that's a low-ass resolution image. Anyway, that's an area I've been to. Less red, though. More green. Although, as I've learned over my time drawing, trees are hard to draw. Rocks are much easier. All right, let's get started here. I do have to end a little bit earlier again today because I have to go pick up groceries. We're almost done with that, actually. I think, like, it's like the third week of September, I think. Widgeon with a W. It's like pigeon, but with a W. It does, Pigeon Creek does kind of sound like a Hallmark Christmas movie. Although, ironically, most of the Hallmark movies are filmed in August where I used to live. Like in the greater Vancouver area. Very rarely in actual Vancouver. They can't afford that. But there was a lot of movies filmed for Hallmark close to where I grew up, actually, in Wannock. I knew a family at one point who rented their house out for 3 weeks to Hallmark so that they could film a movie there. And it was like, you know, just a Christmas movie. Very, very forgettable Christmas film. I remember watching it. And the funny thing about that was, like, they didn't get paid a ton of money to leave, but they were basically just, like, sent on vacation and given, like, a month's salary. So imagine just, like, here's $2,000. Also, we'll put you up in a hotel in Kelowna, which is pretty far away, but, like, kind of a vacation destination for a lot of people. Or people have family there. I think they had family there, so that's why they went to Kelowna. But we'll put you up in a hotel in Kelowna, so we'll pay the cost of you and your family living in Kelowna for X amount of time, and here's several $1,000s. I was like, man, I wish I had kind of an awkwardly too big house in the middle of nowhere, because that seems like a really easy gig. Pigeon Forge? So you're the one creating all of the pigeon drones that are infesting our cities. Checkmate! Anyway, my face is gonna vanish for a second so that I can start my recording feed. All right, folks. So, plan for the rest of the week. Today will be my last stream this week. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I really need to work on the next video. I got some work done on it last night. YouTube folks unfortunately didn't get this, but the Twitch chat got a sneaky preview around the beginning of the stream, which was very good, right, Twitch chat? Like, you're very excited for the new video. I will hopefully have that up probably first 2 weeks of September. It'll go up sometime. That's going to be a follow-up to the worst map in Dwarf Fortress history video. And I'm just going to throw this out there as a idea. And I realize this is really YouTube sloppy, but, like, if, like, maybe a month later I uploaded both of them as one big video, would anybody here complain? Like, edit out the outros and the intros, and then just mash them together. Do like the full movie thing. I don't know. It's very YouTube sloppy, but I might do that. But that is kind of what I'm working on. Non-stop complaining. Complaining about all of the videos that I love watching and keep watching. Right? Right. Non-stop complaining equals maximum engagement. So yeah, that's the plan for this week. I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I'm just going to edit for like 8.5 hours. Next month, September, is big Twitch sale month. Twitch has sales in September. It's September, for those of you who are unfamiliar, which means new subs will be cheaper. Longer term subs will be cheaper. And then at the end of the month, they do discounts for gift subs, I think. I think that's how that works. I'll be honest with you, I always forget what the timeline is specifically, but there are some deals that are going to be happening on Twitch. So there might be extra streams towards the end of towards the end of September. And, yeah, I think that's pretty much most of my housekeeping for the moment. Aside from that, my team, and some of you who came over from Kiri's stream earlier may already know this, but me and some friends are running a game jam. So this is happening over on itch.io. Here is a link. This is the one time a year that no, Twitch doesn't eat more percent. Valorant pays for it, actually. For the September stuff, I don't get less from it. It's the sales where I get less of a cut are the ones that we can organize, so the ones that streamers can make, which are the ones that are just like, it happens for 6 hours on this channel specifically. Like, those we take less money, but like, hey, that's how sales work. So we make less money, but it's fine. It's like 30% less overall, and I make less money, and Twitch makes less money, but who really cares? It doesn't really strike me as a negative, personally. I know some people are like really bothered by that, but I don't know, that's what a sale is. You accept less money to sell more product. Streamers usually win in the end. Anyway, so my team is hosting a game jam. There are some links right there in the Twitch chat if you're interested in taking part in a game jam. There is a specific Discord for it as well. So if you join that Discord, there is rooms in that Discord server, which will, take you through where you can look for groups for it. Same with the YouTube folks. If anybody's interested in taking part in a game jam, there is a couple of links. If you have any questions, let me know. That'll be happening in 20 days, and then I will be streaming some of those games, probably. All right, next thing, YouTube folks. Don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you very much for tuning in. Appreciate you greatly. If you, on the Twitch side of things, would like to help out the YouTube chat, there's a link. And to the people in the YouTube chat, if you'd like to help out the people in the Twitch chat, here's a link. All I'm asking is just simply open up a second tab and lurk away, because that make number go up, and number go up is good in this job. What about the community fort? I will probably be playing that in the first week of next month. So next week, we'll be doing a catch-up. Or at the very least, reading through everything. I think I was a bit too ambitious with the weekly, and I posted about it in the community fort room. The idea and hope with the whole project is that more people would tune in, or like people would tune in specifically for it. That was the worst viewership I've had on a stream this year. So I need to figure out if it makes sense from a business perspective, really. That's the issue, Ice Blue. But I would like to pick it back up and play it again because I want to get caught up. At the very least, I want to read through it. All right, let's play some dwarfs. So Colorbeard. Who needs a pick-me-up? Who needs a catch-me-up? Dwarf names should be redeemable, and I guarantee you they're available. I don't think anybody redeemed one earlier. I don't see that, so... Is your doctor still alive? Yes. Ice Blue, you gifted us a dwarf yesterday. Yes, you did. So Ice Blue wants a bearded dwarf. I will read your description after I read through all the dwarves that are alive. So for all the people going, is my dwarf still alive? I don't have to say yes or no. You get a minor. You're married and you have a child named Hilltown. Halltown, not Hilltown. So congrats. So the first name dwarf is Nut Dealer because they had a funny last name. Nut Merchants. Or Merchant Nuts, sorry. So Nut Dealer is Nut Merchants, who's also an abbot of a religion who inherited this role, which is really funny. It was a World Gen event, not something I did. Yeah, I was just like double checking because I remembered you doing something, but the next dwarf we have on the list is Blazin. We got Snail, we got Arga, we've got Ice Blue, Sweaty Poet, who wrote The Cracked Lover, everybody's favorite poem, Freeways, and a Bone Doll. We've got Zachris, as well as Metroid, and Server Lord and some otters. We also have our first of two vampires, and we have our second of two vampires, and we have Kronos. We have that dwarf who's a how do I put this? A werebear? Yep. We have Dwarf Lobster, everybody's favorite lobster. We've got a Tiny. We've got Greza, who needs to be made a librarian whenever I make a library. We've got Krav. We've got Bismuth, 83. And we have Pilot, who's in the military. We've got Moreb and Potpourri, the second, because the first one died. And we've got Darius, of course. As you'll notice, we have lots of farmers and dyers, because that is the primary industry in this fort. And we've got Esven. We've got Mina. We've got Sly. There's a lot of dwarves in this fort. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Dagas Perry? Probably. Probably not. And we've got Romanoid. And we've got Tom the Turkey. And Dulkin. And Poobert, who's, I think, one of the starting 7. Yep. The Chromite listed dwarves are starting 7. We've got Gig the Mayor. We've got Schmitty Scent. We've got Unk. We've got Edict. We've got Sage, who's also the chief medical dwarf at this point. We've got Cricket, who's our broker, chirping away. Sweaty Jr., the child of Sweaty. And Otter Jr., the child of Otter. What's up with the extra spacey, luxurious bedrooms? That's pretty normal for me. I don't know. We've got lots of space, so I made big bedrooms. I find bigger bedrooms are easier to make unique, and they don't really take that much more time to make. I kind of want this fort to be pretty luxurious, just in general, because the goal of this fort is fancy dying, not death, and just like dyeing fabric, and also fancy big arena for fighty and breaky facey. So because we're kind of, I guess, making a entertainment resort, if you will, plus focusing on, high value dyes, I think it kind of makes sense to be a bit more of a, a luxury fortress, doesn't that, to me, that makes a bit of sense because, the dwarves are living in a place where they are producing high-value entertainment, might as well also have high-value bedrooms, as well as a soon-to-be a very high-value prison in the middle of it. But I don't know. These aren't that big or out of the ordinary for me. I mean, usually I do 3x3 or 2x2, but this time I went a little bigger. If not only, and Conglomerate, if of not only our new videos, but also your old ones as well. You knew it both takes time and disk space, and we'd welcome long videos from you, obviously. Yep. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I bought 64 terabytes of NAS space, Hilmar. And you know what? It's 6% full. So I've got plenty of space. But still, like, that's also a lot of space I've used. So this is the fort currently. You know, things are pretty good generally. What are the dwarves up to at the moment? Saw everybody leave. Did I? Oh yeah, they're probably all just gonna go construct stuff. Grabbing a random dwarf. You see, we've got a lot of dwarves that are actually focused, which is actually quite good. I think we do need a library. Needs are not too bad. Nobody's really got any red needs, which is kind of like an ideal situation to be in. We do have a lot of dwarves that need martial training, so I might make like a bunch of secondary squads, and I was gonna try and like do better when it comes to the like military last stream, but I just didn't get around to it because I ended up ending early and going off and editing. So that's kind of one of my plans for today, is to actually get that military up and running. And the other thing that I was trying to work on more yesterday but didn't quite get to it is this is my bridge, which is currently covered in snow, as you do. But this is my bridge, which is currently covered in snow. I want to keep it open, and I want to go up on either side of this, and I may actually do a bunch more channeling out once the snow goes away, because believe it or not, dwarves really don't like being in snowstorms. I'm going to channel basically down to the top of this, and then down and around the edges. So it's just like a sheer cliff on either side. And then I think build a tower on each end, so that the top of the bridge is significantly more secured. That's kind of my plan. And I think maybe build an extra wall with an overhang around the top, just so that unless something is flying, it can't reasonably get onto the bridge. Although right now things can just walk onto the bridge because this is all an entryway, more or less. I am in Canada, if you're asking me, Hilmar. You really, really, really hope that Forgotten Beasts can't climb up water wheels? Do you want the honest... Chat, should we give them the honest answer or let them find it for themselves? Although that might be it. But some otters, hello. It's good to see you. And your dwarf's kid is still alive, by the way. And so is your dwarf. And a new baby was born. We are basically at the population cap, so looking at the bedroom counter at the moment, it's just the babies that don't have bedrooms, and there are some free bedrooms in the fort. Kumil, the furnace operator, has given birth to a boy. Congratulations to Kumil. Round of beers for that. But yeah, Also, down in here we have our tombs and our temples, which are kind of slowly taking shape in a way that I like. I think I'm going to start walling off parts of them. And in the center here, we have an artifact hold for artifacts. And I think that's pretty much everything from the fort, aside from this is currently the main entryway outside of the bridge. And down in here, all the way down here, we have a farming area for a lot of wool and things. And I think I'm actually just going to go here and just set up spin thread, repeat daily if there's hair or wool. Spin thread, repeat daily if there's wool, because I have so much fucking wool. I have so much fucking wool. I don't know what to do with all of this goddamn wool. Forgotten Beasts always find a way. This is probably the case, yes. So this area also needs to be beautied up a little bit. So I think I'm going to do this and just type in bars. 296 lemonite. How much charcoal do I have? 14. How much wood do I have? 233. Okay, let's make charcoal like 200, I think. I'm gonna do a bunch of queuing up of stuff. Charcoal. 200. Let's make smelt lemonite ore. And let's make pig iron. And I'm going to say 50 and 70. And then we're going to do a big batch of steel. Meanwhile, Ankh over here is sending out work orders. Good work, dwarf. I mean, I don't think that's a thing you can make in Dwarf Fortress, so I wish that there was more uses for wool and hair. Like, that's one of those parts of the game. I think that we all have, like, our own pet part of the game that we'd love to see expanded, but for me, I think, like, a lot of thread and wool is definitely one of those areas I would love to see expanded. Like, chat, if you could, like, snap your fingers and expand one part of Dwarf Fortress, what would it be? I'd be curious to know. Because, like, for me, if I could change one thing about Dwarf Fortress's development, it would be I wish it was a little bit less opaque right now as to what was being worked on, because it's pretty rough at the moment. And if I could expand like one major system for Dwarf Fortress, it would just be I wish there was more uses for like bits of animals that currently have no use, you know, like either cooking or some sort of value add for something somehow somewhere. Like, I've enough stuff to make so much pho, and dwarves can't make pho. Like, why can't I put my tendon in a soup? You know? Like, why can't the dwarves put tendon in a soup? If it works for pho, it should work for my dwarves, right? Shell jewelry. Yeah, that makes sense. You want family trees? Like, displayed in-game? I mean, you kind of have that. It's just kind of, not everybody has it. It's just dwarves that have listed family, or known family, which doesn't happen. Yeah, like this dwarf has a family tree. So you just want, like, a better UI for that, then? Cricket? I wouldn't mind that like, a better screen for that, though. Like, if there was just a all family trees list, like, maybe under the units list, like, somewhere in here. I'd be okay with that. Yeah, I want to be able to cook in adventure mode. The fact that we can't just, like, mince meat in adventure mode to, like, I don't know, sustain you slightly longer is a little silly. Sure. Yeah, I think that's a very easy one, I think, for a lot of people, myself included right now, to wish cast about. Tibet, purely because of the fact that, you know, we just got the dyes, right? Diplomacy is, I think, one of the ones I've mused about the longest. Primary biomass in YouTube chat. Like, even just, like, small things, like we have the messenger role, like, just let us just throw money, or, like, let us offer tribute to a faction that we're at war with to, like, slowly make them less pissed off at us. Just let us do that. Or, you know, vice versa, you know? Maybe, like, they're running out of soldiers. The humans are running out of soldiers, so they offer, like, a diplomatic option with the dwarves that isn't just, give us your artifacts, and then they attack you anyway. You like beef balls in pho? I'm a big fan of a steak and flank in my pho. Or actually just a veggie pho. I also really like a veggie pho. Just make it spicy. A branching view would be cool for that. Yeah, no, I think just, like a betterification of the UI, or like a screen dedicated to family trees would be neat. I don't know how many of you guys listen to the Future of the Fortress videos. I really like that comment that one person made. I think it was in the most recent one, about how they want a either historian role or an expansion for the bookkeeper role, where they write down events that happen in your fortress that is referenceable from in-game. Which, like, that is already done in Legends already, and it would be really cool to be able to like look at the events that your fort did in like a Legends mode viewer from within your fort while playing fort mode. Like, even if it's just like so-and-so made 85 masterworks this year. Most masterworks made by this dwarf. Would be neat. And it feels like all of the basis for something like that is, if not already in the game, then pretty close to in the game. I'm just going to go through here and redo some walls. Correct, Burner. Acid? As in, like something that you'd see in, like, evil biomes, Eldium? Or do you mean acid is in the drug? I presume you mean acid is in, like, things that dwarves could fall in that would melt your balls off. I mean, that's kind of like what the Forgotten Beasts do already. So if the Forgotten Beasts are, you know, acidifying? If Forgotten Beasts can already make your flesh melt off, it wouldn't be too hard to just make a puddle of that. More liquids, I think, is like map rework stuff, which will come eventually. That would be neat. Yeah, I think just more liquid variety in general is something I would ask for, or wish cast for. I don't know. It's something that I've been a little bit frustrated with Dwarf Fortress for a while now is Tarn has become interested / pro having Legends mode integration in Fortress mode. So for those of you who don't know, back in the day, Dwarf Fortress had this design idea, right? Which was, it was going to be an arcade game where you would watch a fortress get destroyed, and then you would play as an adventurer, sort of like Dig Dug, and go around and try and figure out what happened to the fortress. That was going to be the gameplay loop of Dwarf Fortress when it was when the idea was conceived. And obviously, it expanded astronomically beyond that, and is now a significantly wider, bigger, deeper thing, for better or for worse. And something that Tarn has always been, like, very against is maybe the wrong word, but, like, cautious about is damaging that original vision, even though the game is something completely different now. And what I mean by that is whenever somebody would bring up, like, why can't we just read Legends mode in Fortress mode? Dwarf Fortress has this option where when you generate a world in advanced world creation, you can obscure legends. And obscuring legends is kind of the way the game was originally intended, as far as I can tell, where, like, you wouldn't have any legends written, and as you explored new fortresses, it would add those stories to your legends, if that makes sense. So, like, you see a fortress destroyed, you visit it as your roguelike single-player character, try and discover what happened, and then it would slowly fill out legends as, like, a reward. Like, that was, like, the reward mechanism that the game had back then. Or that was the idea, anyway. That's not what the game has become. And whenever people have asked Tarn in the past about, like, could we ever be able to read legends from within Fortress mode? I think, like, there's, like, a tick in his brain where it's, like, that is going against, like, the idea of what Legends always was. And more recently, when people ask him that now, like, can we get Legends mode integrated into Fortress mode? His response is yes. He wants to do it, or has, like, come around on the idea that, yeah, I guess this is something people really want. I think the idea of, like, trying to figure out gameplay relevant ways to slowly expose that stuff with time in Fortress mode would make Tarn more willing to do that, because that's more akin to, I guess, what his original vision was. Does that make sense? Potential complication would be that would probably involve us being able to read the full context of books, and not having the science text readable would probably produce a dichotomy. Yes and no, I think. Because, like, books does not necessarily need to equal... Like, that person's comment was very, very ambitious, right? Like, in my opinion, like that's a pretty big feature. It's a neat feature, but it's like a pretty big thing. I think there is ways to do it that would be a bit more gamey. Not in the derogatory sense, or not trying to be in the derogatory sense, but I think would also not require a full rewrite of books. No, the way I would imagine it would be like, if you set up this certain role and you produce them with scrolls, they would write down a historic scroll and leave it in their office or put it in the library. And then I think probably the best way to do it would be to have a tab up here that you just click on, and then similar to this screen where it has objects, you could just have a little magnifying glass and click that, and it would give you that year's history. I think that would probably be the best way to do it. Like, put it in a different menu, make it clear that it's a different thing, right? Instead of, like, just producing it as, like, a book that then's just loose in the world that you then need to track down in the world to find to then read. That's much more gamey, but I think that's also much more plausible. Because otherwise you'd have to do a complete rewrite of books. Yeah, no, Legends Viewer is a pretty good stopgap, but let me tell you this, Baron Balloon. I've been playing this game for, like, since on and... No, I didn't really start in 2009. I first installed it in 2009. I've been playing this game since, like, 2015, right? I first installed it in 2009, but I've been playing this game since 2015. Legends Viewer has been a good stopgap for longer than that. Legends Viewer has been a stopgap for 15 years? Hey, look, a werebear. Right there. He thar! The warbar! Does that make sense? Like, while I agree with you, you know what would be a fuckload better? It's early spring. This clother just died of natural causes. Natural clauses? The dwarf just died of natural causes. Yeah, he is. Rest in peace. You don't see that very often. Here, let me prove it to you. Died of old age. How rare is that? It happens decently frequently if you have a large population and if you click on their ages, if you have a lot of dwarves that are above the year 140 years old. Because anywhere between 150 and 170, a dwarf can just die. And I've got a couple of dwarves in this fort that are like 148, so not that rare. But it does happen. Chat, can I get some Fs? YouTube folks, can I get some Fs? Rest in peace, Alath. You were a good dwarf while you lived. You were a clother, you made clothes for us, and thus you get a tomb for final resting. Speaking of, Saigon and Alath both need tombstones as well. Dip, dip, dip. I think it was this one.
Bring out your dead!
Yeah, because this one's in tomb memorials and memorialized in slabs engraved. This one's not. And then poor dwarves usually die violently. True, yeah. But dying of old age is one of the most dwarfy things a dwarf can do. They lived well. Legends Viewer, the old version stopped getting updated, and such is the way of open source software. There's now Legends Viewer Next, which runs in a web browser, which does work on most systems. If it doesn't work on yours, I don't know why it wouldn't. But I have to say this, LDM, that's fan-based open source software that's not paid for, right? Legends Viewer stopped getting updated because the original developer stopped updating it. Not that it doesn't work right now. And we do have Legends Viewer Next, which is based on the original code, which runs in a web browser instead of being a separate piece of software. And it has different features because such is the way of open source software. If you liked the older one better, go update it. This is why I would like features in game. And also why stopgaps are stopgaps and not solutions. Frankly, I don't blame the dev at all for, taking a break, slowing down. I'll make those. I'll just do this whenever there's less than 5. 10. I'm sorry, what's the difference between a tomb and crypt? I don't know what a crypt is in this definition. Like, to me, a tomb and a crypt are the same thing. Please define, I guess. There's no difference. There's also no difference for nobles. Nobles only care about it while they're alive. They don't care about it when they're dead, because they're dead. Oh, really? Okay. I don't think I've ever actually looked at that page of the wiki, to be honest with you. Yeah, the only thing where there's a difference is if you only do tombstones, regardless of how the body is disposed of, if the body is left on the map, any dwarves who knew that dwarf will be upset that the body had to decay. However, like, there is no advantage to doing a tombstone and a coffin. Aside from that, a ghost won't appear if the tombstone gets toppled, but it is entirely aesthetic. I mean, dwarves like being near and in high-value rooms, so if you have a lot of really high-value coffins and they're in a public place, then they'll be happier about it, but family members don't go visit tombs or anything. The only thing that has like a negative effect is if you don't memorialize the body, or don't bury the body and the body decays, including dumping it into lava and burning it. What is in the one part of the wiki has a keeper that makes good puns? I was gonna say there's lots of punny wiki pages. Where's those bedrooms I was digging through? How did I manage that? Okay, so I need to do cabinets and coffers. Also, Greg, and then some. Did I say thanks for the 10 months with Prime? I may have been babbling. My bad if I didn't. Outside is being smooth. That's okay. No issues with that. Okay. I think this is the next area I really would like to work on a little bit. I just kind of want the green to continue along here. And also floors to continue. Because all in the background right now, we are working on iron and pig iron. Actually, let's not do it this way. Let's do it this way. Because that's all limestone. I don't have a ton of limestone, but I can do a bit of it. And it'll give me like a mold and direction to make walls. Angriest unnamed dwarf. You're Unib the pump operator. Do you have beard preference? Sour grapes? You're very new to the game? That's totally fair. I'm just happy that you're reading the wiki, frankly. Yeah, no, I thought you were asking if like there was a difference between like tombstones and coffins and such. But yeah, coffins and crypts are like a weird thing. Dwarves do, who are related to a dwarf will get a happy thought if their body was properly memorialized, but it's pretty fleeting and you don't see it too often. No beard preference? Alrighty, you are Unib, the pump poppy. You are stressed and carrying raspberry seeds. What are you stressed about? Everything. You get into a lot of arguments mostly. Username checks out. Oh, there's a 4 in there. Sour grapes. Never is in the slightest bit cheerful about anything and is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She becomes absorbed in art and the beauty of the natural world. And she's troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else, curious and eager to learn, and has a calm demeanor. I feel so bad for this dwarf. She is slow to trust others and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, is quick to form negative views about things, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She has little interest in joking around and is quick to anger and tends to seek out excitement. This dwarf is fucked. Twinkling Anvil is her last name. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. I would too if I was her, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything. Dreams of crafting a masterwork and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Believes that acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect, and has a deep dislike of the natural world, and finds ideals of independence and freedom foolish. Likes dolomite and copper and yellow glossier. And emu leather. Do you have any skills? You're an adequate stonecutter. She sounds awful. I mean, you wanted that, so you got what you wanted. She hates oysters and likes dolomite, yellow glossier, and she likes sheep for their wool, hemp plants for their leaves, and the sound of the fabulous euphoria and the sight of the festive saffron and when possible prefers to consume clownfish, mackerel, and blueberry wine. I'm gonna like remove all of your jobs and just assign you to one of these. You're just gonna be a full-time farmer. Because you like sheep, so you could shear animals and process plants. Good luck. Maybe I'll make like a few sheep available as pets. And maybe she'll claim them. What, just like not liking anybody and like getting into arguments with people and not liking people that are different from them? Those are sometimes views that they have, but they're nowhere near as extreme as the human characters in Dwarf Fort. If you want to see some really psychotic characters, just like look at some of the humans' descriptions. That don't form positive emotions like her in general? There are ways to make a dwarf. This dwarf just doesn't want to be around other people. I mean, you kind of just saw what I do with dwarves like this. I find a job that's like kind of secluded, that's kind of far away, that's consistent that they can do, that will satisfy the needs that they have, such as acquiring stuff, being creative, getting to do some sort of work. There's usually something that they can do. Otherwise, you just kind of put them in the military and hope for the best, as in hopefully they don't live too long. But usually there's something that they can do. The kind of traditional thought process with Dwarf Fort, though, is it is actually impossible to satisfy every dwarf. And you kind of just need to accept that. How long has this fort been going? 7 years. I think this is stream number 6? 5? 5. 6? 6. Stream number 6. Why is it gross that you wish for a toilet zone system in YouTube chat? I don't agree about wanting a toilet system in Dwarf Fort because I don't want to build one. It's not gross. I don't want to build one. But fair enough. That's a fair thing to want. L in YouTube chat. Man, I'm happy Dwarf Fort doesn't have that one because I don't want to build it. Interested by intellectual discussion may make them a scholar, but they argue with everybody, which is the problem. Like, they're constantly getting into arguments with people and then dwelling on it. Like, that's the actual issue with this dwarf, is they're constantly getting into arguments, which maybe if they were the only scholar in the fort, I think more likely just, like, military on their own in a solo squad. Sometimes dwarves like this can make for great captains of the guards as well. Olan, the child, claims a craftsdwarf shop, is 4 years old. Wants cut gems, rough gems, forest, cut gems. Ooh, that's probably what they want. Stacked leather. We have leather. Oh. Okay, a bunch of Kias just flew into the fort. It's probably that. Because I've just been encrusting everything I get. Dedicated lever puller then, probably? I mean, that's not a very good way to actually satisfy any of those needs, but... Your fort died to cholera. Yep. Everybody got dysentery. Wait, sorry, wrong video game. You had to rewind to check. Name ends with Poppy. Holding raspberry seeds. Correct. Oh, nope, never mind. It's not gems. Wait, what else do you want then? Could be... Actually, am I out of wood? No. We're not in a burrow, are we? Nope. Okay, hold on. What else do you want? Forest, cut gems, stack leather. Yes, I got tons of leather. Stacked cloth, a forest. Tons of cloth, obviously. Skeletons. Ah, that's actually probably what you want. The sorrow skeletons. Zachris now has 3 pet sheep. I'll make 2 more available, and I'll geld them. 3. What is the deep-fried pickle-looking statue? This? It's a giant cockroach, if that's what you're talking about. I mean, there's a lot of issues with it. It would need a lot of reworks. Baron Balloon. If you want to know what I mean by liquids can cause nightmares, look up my Fortress Sunbirths. I think it was on the main YouTube channel, archived. Go look at the last few VODs of it. Liquids can be nightmares in Dwarf Fort. Sits. 07, thank you very much for the 27th month. Welcome back, dude. Checking to get a round of beers. Just set up toilets over Atom Smashes and no color possible. Sure. If it's just, okay, I'll put it this way about toilets. If it's just a single thing that I have to make, I don't want to do it. That's not worth it. That's not interesting. That's just adding something that I don't think would add much to the game for me. Maybe for you, but not for me. If it's a very complicated system that requires maintenance with negative impacts if you don't, I also kind of don't want it because that's just kind of annoying. So that's kind of my take. However, what do we need after skeletons? Cut gems. However, if it's something like manure or like livestock crap, then I'm more interested. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, that's my least favorite thing about... One of my least favorite mechanics in Oni is dealing with waste and excrement. Like, if it was like, oh, horse manure, and you could set a, like, clean up fields task to then use as fertilizer or load into a catapult and throw at a goblin, I'm interested in that. I don't really want to make plumbing, though. You know? Night soil. That's one way to put it. I mean, okay, so there's two... L in YouTube chat talking about throwing piss during and poop during sieges. There's two things that you need to know about the Dwarf Fortress community historically. If it exists, we'll make a weapon out of it. Which is why I'm kind of offended at myself that I haven't beaten somebody to death with a magic healing potion in adventure mode yet. And one of the reasons, fan theories behind why there isn't poop or manure in Dwarf Fortress is because we would weaponize it and or drown people in it. That's a fan theory as to why they never added it. But Tarn has said that he's interested in adding a manure-like system to the game. If I were to bet, it would probably be a zone or a setting on the pasture. And then it would probably require a tool, like a rake or a shovel, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like that mod, Edict. I found it tedious. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty good mod for all fairness, but when I was still playing that game, I used that mod once and never again. But okay, so you're grabbing rough amber opals. No. Catapults. It's a fear-inducing mechanism. Yeah. I think more stuff can be good. But I would personally, and this is why I'm like iffy on stuff like latrines in Dwarf Fortress. I really like mechanics that add things to the game that are new, but also expansions of systems that have previously existed. To elaborate a little bit on what I mean by that, I would rather see more decorations. I would rather see more buildings that are useful in taverns. I would rather see more buildings that are useful in libraries. I would rather see more additions to how guild halls work versus plumbing. I would like to see more dwarven vocabulary. Like, I would like to see more expansions on the mechanics that already exist that feel shallow and one note than another big new system. Like, that's why I think the dying update is really good, because that is an expansion to a system that previously felt kind of mid. Does that make sense? And also adds a lot of other systems and things to other objects in the game that previously felt kind of hollow. Sure. Even if they just, like, pray at the altar. You know? Like, it doesn't need to be a big thing, enemy. I remember when altars were added and everybody was like, oh my god, there's a new building! And then, like, very quickly it was oh yeah, they do nothing. Also, Sour Grapes just tantrumed. And is now haggard. And needs gloves real badly. Am I not making gloves? Is it this one that pulls from that one? Huh, not making gloves. Let's just make 100. And then glove. 5, and then with whatever frequency we're doing these. And I have a feeling I'm out of peach trees. So let's just go hack down some trees. So I haven't encountered any elves yet, so what they don't know can't hurt them, probably. Although that's probably twice what I need, so let's just go back down to there. Go from up here down to there. And go into here. And chop down these. All right. Then what I'm going to do is go all the way back up here. Excuse me? Is there a... let's go all the way back up to here and go work on this. So I'd like to get you out of here and you out of here. I agree wholeheartedly. I think that the reason the new the reason the new die system is cool to me is because it sets a precedent for how other systems can be expanded and how other systems can be tied into it, you know? Like if I could color armor to it, or use it to color armor, or use it to make flags, or use it to make tapestries, or use it to make paint, or use it to make beds different colors. Yeah, you know, like there's a lot of things that I think you could do with dye that would be interesting, right? Which is why I guess, like, for me, I'm always going to be in favor more of reworking, upgrading, expanding, or making previously existing systems more flexible and interesting than adding whole new systems. Sour Grapes, were you the one saying that you're new to this game, or was that somebody else in chat? Oh, that was Queen that was saying that? Okay. I missed that, I suppose. Missed who it was. My brain blends names together sometimes, especially because I'm reading 2 chat rooms, right? No. That's currently sitting in stockpiles that are unclaimed and undamaged. But something that's damaged is not counted in that. In fact, I think specifically are sitting in stockpiles, or in workshops. Do you need multiple cut gems? Ooh, you might just need another gem. Because all these gems are very quickly getting encrusted into objects. I'm actually going to lower this number. You didn't realize you could change notification settings until you saw a pop-up on the stream? Hey, at least you don't need to edit INI files to do that now. You used to have to, like, go into your game install and, like, add capital YES or capital NO to, like, 3 different options. Actually, I think it was P, B. It was, like, P for pop-up, B for box, and then yes, no for on-off. With a lot of control Fing. But yeah, no, it's something that I'm glad I can help people learn, because it's a pretty useful system once you find it. Hello, fellow Linux user. I mean, here's the reality. All those files are still there. You can still go change your in-game settings from the INI files. It's just, why would you when you can do it in-game now? But yeah, you can still do it that way as far as I know. So this child grabbed bones, amber opals, rough amber opals, octagon cut amber opals, ash logs, turkey leather, sheep's wool cloth, and walnut wood logs. Any bet on what this kid makes? Chat? It's going to be a bone artifact, I think. Because that's what they grabbed first. That's usually a pretty safe indicator. I'm looking at jobs dwarfs are doing. A lot of storing items in bins. A lot of dyeing of cloth. A lot of raspberry logs being made into things. Let's actually just do... I think it's... peach bark dye is what we're making. I'm going to go here and just remove peach from there. A wooden toy hammer? Yeah. And it was a wheelbarrow or something? Can't you get artifact wheelbarrows? Oh, I see what you mean. Material restrictions. I get it. Yeah, and like a bone wheelbarrow. I'm always a big fan of the artifact instruments. Those are usually, if not always, my favorite. So, low-key hoping for an instrument. Okay, maybe not low-key. High-key praying for an instrument. This needs to be worked on and prettified up. I need to figure out how to do that. Okay, so let's actually just check this. Where are those smelt orders that I put out at the beginning? 35 out of 70, pig iron. Okay. Got 3 steel bars. How many pig iron bars do I have? 34. Let's do... $40. Because I got tons of limestone. And I should have plenty of charcoal. Looks like it. I think probably the way to expand this area is to just start flooring it up. Where's that front door? There it is. Let's unforbid that. Oh, interesting. Olon Tubilil, the dwarven child, has created Urist Amon, a sheep bone helm. Oh, there you go. We went outside of item restrictions. Actually, can you make bone helmets? Bone helm, anyway. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Shortast Crew Towers. Please tell me that's a dwarf in my fort. Please tell me that's a dwarf in my fort. Did you dedicate that to your mom? Chad, he gave it to his mom. I'm touched. That's adorable. This is a sheep bone helm. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with radiant cut amber opals, decorated with ash wood and with ash, and encircled with bands of marquee cut amber opals on the and turkey leather. On this object menaces with spikes of amber opal. On the item is an image of English bridal mirror, the dwarf, and dwarves and sheepbone. English is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf English to the position of queen of the position. Of the strategic boots in 208. On the item is an image of elves and a bobcat in sheep's wool. The elves are embracing the bobcat man. Elves and a bobcat man in sheep's wool. The elves are embracing the bobcat man. The artwork relates to the joining of dozens of bobcat men from the scintillating mountain with the wealthy buck at Sung Days in 108. So the wealthy buck, which is an elvish group, it has bobcat men. Nice, Queen. I think this kid gets I think he gets a nickname for that. Let's just call him Helm. Or maybe, like, we could go with the Caves of Cuddy name and go Helm's Gift. Helmer. Helmet. Helmet Kruger. I shall name you Loot Mortals. Trying to think, is there any way I could give his mom a task where I could give her that helmet? I could make his mom the Hammerer and give her that helm. What do you think, chat? Actually, I like Helmut. That's good. Helmut! So his mom's last name is Gine. Actually, why don't I just grab her? So you guys want to know a really dumb way to find a character in a list way easier? Do that. And then when you hit N and you go Hammerer and then you scroll down, there's just going to be somebody with a bunch of exclamation points in their name, and they're going to be much easier to spot. See? Right there. Thanks, madam. No, because I'm worried she'll never come back, enemy. Because I don't think that... Has that been fixed? I don't think it has. So right now she's pretty busy constructing buildings, but this will get done pretty quick. So all the materials are right here already. She's now going to go pick up her new equipment. And she also, I think, probably needs a bunch of rooms, right? Wait, Hammerer doesn't need rooms? Maybe it's the Dungeon Master that does. Well, welcome to the fort. Why wouldn't they return? Because there's bugs with there's a long-running bug in the game where if a character leaves the map, they can sometimes get stuck outside of the map, and recently it's been a lot worse than normal. By that I mean they can get stuck outside of the map a lot more consistently. At least that's what I've been told. So I'm very cautious about sending people off map at the moment. It's been acknowledged by the developers too. Like Putnam has commented on it. So yeah, I'm not super keen to just go sending dwarves off map at the moment. Baron Balloon. But it's been a bug in the game for a really long time, but it got a lot worse with the most recent update. So I'm currently very cautious about that. Speaking of cautious, that's bad. Were Lizard representative Ago Longolonoso has come. A large lizard twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for both flesh and also blood, and its eyes glow green. Nowhere near as cool as the ultramarine from the previous day. Its sepia scales are large and set far apart. You will know why you fear the night. Right. I already do know why I fear the night. Chat, how many dwarves do you think are going to die? Type in your number. I'd love to know. It's in a puddle. Oh, of course it did. Actually, this is very good. It's going to be very distracted by a lot of sheep. So this is actually really good for me. But also now I know that there's a hole there, so I can fix that. Don't mind all the vomit. It comes with the territory. I'm just gonna lock this door. So there goes that one sheep. I'm also gonna send the squad down here. Uh-oh. There is one dwarf in here, which is very I don't know where you came from, but there is at least one dwarf in here. Have you been bit? Yes. Although it only bruised. Is there any others? Where did he go? Okay, so there's... Oh, you're right here. So he should still be good. Okay, so he bruised the fat once. The farmer says, I've improved my fighting. That was satisfying. Bites him again. Bruising the fat, so I think he's still good. Shakes him around. Up. No, now he's dead. Also, he's infected. So at this point, I say, good luck to that dwarf. Hopefully the lizard puts you out of your misery. And then Ago becomes its true form once again, which is a goblin. You do have a son and a daughter. She was formerly the captain of the outcast group, the Society of Men. And most recently was a representative of the Noseless Enchantments. You seem like an imposter because you absolutely have a nose. Also is the member of the Cardinal Society and the enemy of most other people. Was the lieutenant of the Noseless Enchantments. And now I just need to wait for my militia to... Where the fuck did it go? Oh, okay, it's just doing laps because there ain't many places it can go, but there is a lot of sheep in here. I mean, there literally is nowhere it can go. So it's just going to wait there until my squaddies get here, and then I'm going to open the gate. The Misty Tusk of Attack is its full name. And the dwarf to end its life was Tom the Turkey, who killed it by slashing it in the head with a steel short sword, slicing its head asunder. The nose got regenerated, probably. That's propaganda. I refuse to believe such lies. Well, that could have gone significantly worse than it did. Significantly worse than it did. So rest in peace to that one dwarf, but that dwarf died valiantly. And honestly, dying in a situation like that's probably better than living, because then you don't have to spend the rest of your life in a box. So, you know, in a similar situation, I would probably want the same. That she ran the Society of Men naturally. That's honestly one of the most real-sounding names for a group of thing in Dwarf Fortress that I've seen in a while. The Society of Men. I've also been getting this hitchy lag for a little bit since I started, but I'm pretty sure that's because of hauling jobs. You'd like a bearded dwarf. Okay. Let me just finish making this before I forget. And then we'll get you your bearded dwarf. Do you have any job preferences whatsoever? Because we got a lot of farmers. If you'd like a dyer or something specific. Could potentially do military too. Look at these higher value coffins, lovely. As in just hangs out in the tavern, because I'm probably not going to have a tavern keeper. I had one earlier, but I recently got rid of it because it was starting to cause problems. All right. No preference then, just beard. Urvad was the name of that dwarf. All right, I'm going to get rid of all of these. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a stockpile for blocks. So let's get rid of this first. And then we will make a stockpile for blocks. What the most distracting pet would be? What, in Dwarfort? Like, distracting in what way? Anything that loses its training frequently and runs around. Or can cancel jobs. Sometimes cats, if their pet, or the dwarf that is their pet, because dwarves don't have pet cats, cats have pet dwarves, dies, the cat can go berserk, which is kind of funny. And that can be pretty annoying. Oh, distracting to an invader. Are you saying, like, the most effective, like, defensive animal? I mean, hydras are pretty effective in that way, because they regrow heads. Or, Bronze Colossuses, if the enemy only has copper, is hilarious. Because I've had Bronze Colossi take out entire armies before. Just simply because the army doesn't have, like... I'm just going to try and kill these Kias, because I think these Kias are what's causing my frame issues. Let's just go along here and do this. I'm in an ad break, so now's a good time for this. Or actually, not just yet, but we'll be in an ad break in a moment, so... We'll start distributing some things that need to be distributed. Let's see if this is done. Not yet. And let's find you a bearded dwarf. Is that beardy enough for you? Bootlegger? Tantrum. Yeah, it's probably the same dwarf. Personally, is moved by art and natural beauty and is sometimes cruel. Is a perfectionist and lacks confidence in his abilities. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He's often cheerful and prefers to present himself modestly. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he enjoys the company of others. He often feels discouraged, and he tries to keep things orderly. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. He's a hardened individual. He is incredibly muscular, and he has a very long beard, and it is braided. Bootlegger, like saltpeter and bronze, as well as black pyrope and jute fabric. The color gold boxes and ballista arrows. Geese for their formation flying. Squirrels for their tenacity. And the words of the early dress. When possible, he prefers to consume giant badger and rice beer.
I've been dying to get back here. I've been without internet for a week.
Oh no!
LRRA.
How did you survive? Thanks for the 33rd month, Napalm Sideburns. And Blink, thanks for the year. Chat, can I get 2 big rounds of beers? And a big old beer combo. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, dink, 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 dink. Why can't we hurt this is pretty accurate. Last Bronze Colossus, you had... wait, what did it say? You had came before you got everything ready, and only copper weapons. Ended up yeeting him off a drawbridge off the mountain. Did it kill him? Thick books and offline games? Rough, dude. Hilmar says cool name. So I presume that's about Bootlegger here? Oh, Steel Tool? Yeah, I believe it. Steel Tool is a pretty good name. He's also got a fancy dress on. It's worth 201 Dorf bucks. On the dress, it is made from exceptional rope-lead cloth. The thread is amber with finely colored with peach bark dye. On the item is a rendition of Glitterface, the creation of colors, a superiorly designed image of a cloth, a dwarf, a hydra, and a lilac devil. And a peach-faced lovebird. The dwarf is raising the cloth. The hydra is being mutilated by the lilac devil. The dwarf is admiring the lilac devil. The peach-faced lovebird is traveling. And the dwarf is greeting the peach-faced lovebird. The image is the symbol of the Mountain of Dyes, a local dwarven government. I lost that. Let me try this again. The Mountain of Dyes, a local dwarven government. It is made from exceptional pigtail cloth. The thread is saffron, well colored, with a mixture of radish and peach bark dye. Crushed his leg so he can crawl back up. Gotcha. I'm glad you feel pretty. So this is a dyed dress with an image stitched onto it. And Sour Grapes tantrumed again. And is still throwing a tantrum. No! Not lava! Lava bad. Don't ever kill bronze colossi with lava. The reason you don't want to kill a bronze colossi with lava is because when they die, they turn into a bronze statue, and you can see what they were originally made of. And that's one of my favorite parts about them, is that, like, when they, like, you know, please punch somebody. There we go. Looks like you did. Maybe not. I was hoping this dwarf would punch somebody. If they punch somebody... Okay, you also want to do something creative. I wonder... Maybe I could assign you to that and get you doing some masonry. I'm just trying to think, what could I do to make this dwarf happy? If they punch somebody, I could put them in prison. And if I could put them in prison, then that might help them? At the same time, maybe not. Oh, there you go. Start a fist fight. Was that a fist fight? Kind of looked like it. Yeah, it looks like they're all reporting to the captain of the guard. Let's just wait until the tantrum ends. Okay, tantrum is now over. Yep. 20 witnesses will interrogate you. 28 witnesses. 21 witnesses and convict. Captain of the Guard's going to interrogate first. Yeah, fistfights are pretty optimal. Although, usually when dwarves first start being upset like this, they don't usually... Oh, we need more chains. They don't usually do the whole throwing things the first time. Like, this actually, my Captain of the Guard is another dwarf who, like, very few things make them happy, and they were arguing with a lot of people. Regretful after starting a fist fight, guilty after being confined. Yeah, that's not good. Likes the restraint, though. How many chains do I have? Let's check. I need just a few more. $17, $18, $19, $20. That should be good. They are still, I mean, you can still do them, but the frame rate improvement that they gave previously, we always presumed it was, or the classic knowledge, I shouldn't even say we, this predates me, really. Or at least me being good at the game. The theory back in the day was always that it helped the frame rate because it limited pathing. What was actually helping the frame rate was it was limiting line of sight. And so it was the line of sight code that was causing problems at that point, and making stairs 3x3 was like improving the frame rate. You can still do that because it's like a convenient, like I guess symmetrical, easy to build around visual. That being said, in I think it was 2023, like spring, Putnam multi-threaded the line of sight code and also heavily optimized it. So it's like it has zero effect, at least on my system at this point. You might still notice something, but I have absolutely zero positive or negative effects from it, so I just kind of don't bother anymore because it's extra clicks. But yes, I more or less haven't been doing that for the last, I don't know, several years now. I ate your lobsters. Maybe not several years. I still do it sometimes. But it's not really, it's like if a fort's running horrendously badly, sometimes I'll do it as like a, maybe that's well fix it. Or if I'm worried that a fort's going to run really badly, I'll do that, but it hasn't helped. So ever since, it was like right before SDL2 came out that the optimizations happened. Yeah, no, that was one of those things that changed with Putnam's optimizations. So, but yeah, I mean, my PC is probably helping as well. Well, at least CPU. It's not so much PC, but. Chad, am I overbuilding this? Or is this, like, worthy of the amount of care I'm giving it? this is going to be... I'm mostly just trying to work through all the blocks that I have, because I've got so many of them. That's the plan, yeah. California Ninja Lore. I won't be on tomorrow, though. I'm just going to edit. Just going to edit. Just going to edit. Just going to edit. Just going to edit all day. Also, since YouTube folks missed it earlier, I'm going to show you guys a preview of the new video. And also, I'm sure there's people here in the Twitch chat that missed it earlier. I'm going to show you guys a thing that I worked on first. And then after that, I'm going to show you guys a preview of the video itself. But in order to do this, I got to turn down my audio. So yesterday I ended stream early for several reasons. But one of the reasons I ended early was I am behind on editing because I've had maybe the busiest August of my life. I decided to just take a bunch of time and put some effort into getting the next video up and running. So I did the most logical thing in the world, which was I then spent 30 minutes making this. Okay, so that's the first thing that I did, which is, you know, very, very much worth my time. And this is the result. Hello, everybody. We are so back. In August 2024, I released this video. It covers the discovery and playthrough of the worst map I'd ever found in Dwarf Fortress, a game that I've been playing for over a decade. If you have not yet seen that video, I'm going to be talking about a lot of concepts and things that happened in that video in this video, because this is kind of a sequel to it, and I will be using it as context for certain things that happened in this video. So I recommend you pause this video and then grab the link to I Played the Worst Map in Dwarf Fortress History down in the description of this video. Or you could click somewhere on the screen if YouTube still has that feature at the time that you're watching this, or perhaps in the pinned comment. Now go ahead, take your time. I'll wait. Say it wasn't wasted time. It's time well spent. Welcome back, everybody. Did you enjoy it? I hope you left a comment. The YouTube machine is hard these days. And to everybody who didn't go watch it, that's okay. I will be giving you a brief recap regardless. That's as much as I'm giving you for right now. So I spent my time yesterday well. Sneak peeks. This is why you watch the streams, right? How did I end up making that out of iron? That wasn't intended. Do we have enough chains now? Yes, we do. I may end up having to, like, be really mean to this dwarf, and it kind of makes me sad. So chat got me to make statues earlier. Dolomite statue of a dragon. Microcline statue of a pangolin. Microcline statue of pangolin. I haven't had that happen once. But outside of that, I guess, which is odd. But looking at the floors, that's not happening, so weird. This one would be a dragon. It needs more experiment, but this should be the first time it's happened, because the rest of this is all as intended. At least that one's not. That is. I wasn't... I thought I was clicking on stuff, though. Odd. We'll see. Who are those imprisoned dwarves? Those are vampires. And they actually have their own tavern. And so they're just hanging out and chatting. But they don't seem to be making friends, which I think is a little sad. I was kind of hoping they'd become friends. But instead, they're just, like, performing back and forth and probably becoming very, very talented speakers and performers. Yeah. I mean, the copper was intentional. The chert was also intentional. It was that iron wall that wasn't. Well, they're not scheming. They're just socializing, so all should be well. Yeah, and then all these floors are correct. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't noticed any problems with the last known material stuff, but I'll keep an eye out for it, because if that is happening, then... Also, I was babbling about Tarn a little bit earlier. I hope that his move went well. I don't know if you guys know this, but he moved recently, because... He moved to the UK and then lived in a place temporarily, and I think they've just moved into a bigger place, so... Hopefully that move's gone well, which is, I think, why patches were a wee bit slower this past little bit, because first he got sick, and then he moved. Because when I spoke with him on stream the other week, he was, like, about to move. You know, I used to really dislike the color of Conglomerate. It's really grown on me. It's got kind of like a nice, almost reddish tint to it. I think I must have misclicked the use closest material, actually. The fact that these are boulders, I think I must have misclicked that. I need to go back in the VOD and look, but... they can't work while they're in, while they're chained up. And their sentences are actually over, so they'll get released if I open them up. So no, they're just gonna stay there until I can think of something I can use them for. Because if I remove those gates, they will just get released. Because the sentence for murder is like 200-something days. I do that sometimes, California Ninja Lawyer. California Ninja Lawyer is asking if people make multi-level ceilings by channeling out roofs frequently. Is that something you guys do, chat? What are your thoughts? I do that sometimes, if it suits what I'm building. Maybe not every fort, but it is something that I do from time to time. You have catwalks that nobody uses in your fort? I mean, you have to give them a reason to use them. Actually, if you set them as a higher priority route, they'd use them even if they're, like, less convenient. Like, if it's a convenience issue, they'll use them if you make it a high priority route. Ah, it's just skill issue, lobsters. Do it enough times and they won't cave in. You know, it's just like building bridges in real life, right? You know, if your city and the place that you live never builds bridges, then you better hire somebody from outside to do it, otherwise you'll drop it in the river 5 times. I definitely don't live somewhere where that happened. And if the place that you live does make a lot of bridges, then don't hire anybody because, you know, you can very easily just... How do I word this? I've slowly built up an industry around building bridges. Yeah, I like making my own caverns. I think that Deep Space might be the best at that I know of. You can spend hours in the image generator generating you elaborate structures to tell those stories of the forest. Yeah, fair. I mean, whatever helps the imagination, right? Sometimes it's dwarves with relevant skills, and sometimes it's dwarves that I just like for some reason or another, Queen. Like, Pubert got it because values the law and is brave, or sorry, values got made a militia commander because they value the law, they're brave. Sweaty Poet got Captain of the Guard because they don't like anybody, and they like positions of power, and they value the law. And they also weren't happy doing any crafting or anything, and they're a little bit happier doing this. The Hammerer got it because I like him. I like that dwarf, and their kid made them a helm, and I was like, well, I need to give them a job so that they can wear their kid's helm. So, how about Hammerer? That's it, really. It's just a, sometimes it's preference, sometimes it's they suit the task. I think that Dwarf Fortress is a game where if you try to just min-max everything all the time, you'll go nuts. At least in my case, I will if I try to do that. Maybe that doesn't go for everybody, but at least for me, I will go crazy if I try to do that. So I find that this game often works a lot better for me if I'm just kind of letting Armok take the wheel, per se, and sometimes just letting things go wrong. Maybe not entirely intentionally, but just kind of allowing for suboptimal outcomes. I find that to be a very fun way to play the game. So it just depends on what suits the role better. A dwarf I like, or a dwarf that makes it easy. Like, sometimes when I get a Baron, Barons have requests and demands. I'll pick through my dwarves to find a dwarf that has a demand that is easy to satisfy. But sometimes I'll just be like, well, this dwarf kind of sucks for their demands. They're going to ask me to make, I don't know, ballista arrows or something like that, which I don't really want to make. But I really like this dwarf, and they killed a bunch of things, and I think they've earned it, so I'll give them the fancy role and the nice bedrooms and all that. So, you know, it depends. But, sometimes. We also had the new baby born in the fort. Like, the way I play Dwarf Fortress is I try to think of it like playing D&D with myself, and the dwarves that I have named, or the dwarves that I'm remembering because they've done interesting things, are kind of the main characters that I'm playing D&D with. So sometimes I will just play favorites. And, you know, sometimes you got to focus on the dice rolls and make sure that you get through the encounter, right? Not that I play D&D, but I presume people do that. I'm going to deconstruct all of these. And these kilns. Or the wood furnaces. I'm going to put one wood furnace here. Make it out of rock salt. And I'm going to put another one here. And also make it out of rock salt. Then I'm going to go smelters. And I'm going to go... What material should I make the smelters out of? Let's go dolomite. Rock Salt Furnace to me sounds like Jukebox Hero, so yeah, I'm up for it. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct this Metalsmith's Forge. But before I do that, I'm going to, I think, dig out some more of this. We'll do this on just whatever priority. And, Just gonna get rid of that stockpile for the moment. Trying to decide where I should put a bar/block stockpile. You know, actually, let's do it this way. What blocks do I have at the moment? Got a lot of these. Let's use this brown. And just do this. And this is going to be a rock block stockpile. This is going to create a lot of jobs, but I may actually use minecarts for this. And at least one person is going to be like, wow, that's going to be a really small minecart system. But I'm going to actually like make an argument for a good use for a very short minecart route. Basically, if I had like a tiny little stockpile here that just loads blocks from all of my mason shops, and then a tiny little minecart route that goes over here and then unloads into just this, then instead of every single time these jobs, instead of just having constantly dwarves running back and forth, they only need to go from like here to there, and then one dwarf just pushes it over there and dumps them out, and then they unload into that. Might actually be the way to do it. One interesting thing about rock salt is that at least it is at least present big in the depths. When drilled and mined, it can expand quite a lot in its volume, and it can blow up wooden cases and drill cores when it's stored. Really? I didn't know that. You learn something every day. I think I will make this. And I will look at it and see how we feel about it. I'm also testing something right now. Sort of. Because I made this all one specific material type, and I'm just using the grab closest material job to rebuild these corners. I wonder if that's going to make it the closest material or the one that it was previously designated as. That seems to be working. Okay, the Malachite minecart route looks awesome, though. With salt lamps, as they can absorb moisture and get seriously messed up. You know, I've always seen salt lamps in stores, and I always think, like, that looks really neat, but I don't want to spend the money on it. You know what? This one I want to actually dump. Yeah, that's the way we'll do this. I've got a kind of multifaceted way that I'm going to satisfy this. So, stone and clay blocks. But this stockpile won't take items from anywhere, only from specific workshops and stockpiles. This right here is going to also be my stone and clay block stockpile. Also going to check that. And it's going to take items from this stockpile. This stockpile, no bins. This stockpile, 10 bins. Then up here, I'm going to make a bar block stockpile. Blocks and clay. No bins. And also, let's get rid of that. And then I'm going to make a minecart route, which is going to be called bars and blocks. This is going to be a very simple minecart route. I don't have any available minecarts, so I'll have to set that up. I'm going to add the 2 stops to it. It's going to take items from this stockpile, which is just going to be... I'll catch up on chat in a second. Stone and clay blocks. And actually, I should probably also set it to metal. No, these are considered blocks. That's fine. And then you, when full, push south. When 25% full. So it won't push until it's at least 25% full. So you're going to load from there. And then every 0 days go this way when empty of desired items. Okay. And then I just need to make a minecart. Do I have any carpenter shops at the moment? Don't see any. I'm gonna say no. Are we talking about in real life emotions? I'll tell you this. Gems and gemstones affect my emotions the exact same way plants do. If it's a fun hobby that I like, it makes me happy. And I think that placebo effects can be really powerful on people, and if people think a thing is going to affect them positively or negatively, it often does. But yeah, you are correct about the pseudoscience about gems. I will say this, though. I'm kind of a crystals guy. And I'm kind of a crystals guy because of this fucking video game. But I'm also a sane human being, and I know I'm not going to go spend like $5,000 on a super specific crystal to, like, I don't know, help my fertility or some shit. So instead, I have some, like, nice looking quartz, like, book holders that are polished and look nice because they're pretty. That's quite literally it. I would really like to own a pineapple opal, but I'm also not going to spend $200 on a pineapple opal. So, maybe one day. Andrew said, I don't know. It was just the first thing that my brain went to. Who doesn't like a good geode? Exactly! I don't know. People need hobbies. That's all I have to say. Let people have their damn hobbies. So now this is done, let's make a minecart. I'm just going to pause game real... Oh, okay, fine. I'm just going to make a minecart this time with the game paused so that I can click this and make it out of oak, because oak is prettier than the other woods that I has. And, do I not? Oh. I need axes. Because apparently... Actually, why don't we just make steel battle axes? Because neither of my woodcutters have battle axes, which leads me to presume that all my squads claimed them. Yeah? Yeah, that would be kind of neat, actually. I don't even think just like a DF player. I think somebody just interested in geology would like something like that, Jetai. They make really, like, if you can find, for me, when it comes to, like, cool rocks, minerals, and crystals and all that stuff, if they have a practical purpose. Is it a lamp? Thumbs up. Is it a pot that I could put a plant in? Does it go nicely with something that I own and already use and need in my life? Then very, very, like, I have very little issue with that. I think that they become more pointless when there's... I have a harder time justifying it when it's just like a rock. When it's a paperweight, you know? But if it's like a book holder, yeah, okay. I'm halfway to... I'm much more likely. I would rather spend more money on something useful. When I was a kid, your dad took you hiking to Hanging Rock and you found a small rock that was shaped like the mountain. Aw! You know, I did that for a little bit, and then I realized I just had a pile of rocks, so I kind of stopped doing that. They have to be a really cool rock for me to do that now. Enemy. So now this minecart is just going to slowly fill up. This is going to create quite a few jobs, but it's also going to organize things a lot better. Migrant has arrived. The reason there's only one, no, it's not a vampire, is because that's my population cap. Sour Grapes has sunk into depression, by the way. It's a pretty big and not very impressive collection. I saw this as a thing on someone's dating profile once, so this is not somebody that I know. And some people on dating profiles like to be humorous and like write down what they consider to be their red flags, but like in a joking manner. And this one profile that I saw once a couple years ago, not even a couple, maybe like earlier last year, was just red flags. The enormous collection of seashells I have on the floor of the backseat of my car because I never actually take them out or do anything with them. This is giving me that vibe, chat. Like same feeling. Oh, that's cool, Baron. Trying to decide if this is worth the extra jobs. Also kind of want this running more frequently. So I'm going to say... Wish I could just click and type in these. Every 4 days. Every 2 days. Thunk. And then run her back over. I think this is kind of neat, actually. I don't generally do stuff like this, but... But the thing is, often things that indicate something of a larger, more red flag-ish. I mean, there's certainly some obsessive compulsive tendencies in like having large collections of things, but who isn't a little bit obsessive compulsive? Let's be honest. Let's just make bins. Let's make 10 bins. Oh, it looks like I'm out of charcoal. And this fills up again. Do I have the 10 bins? Oh, absolutely not. They're definitely distributed evenly everywhere else. Like in here as an example. Like if I set this to 1, now we'll have 1 bin that can move. But it'll all get moved over there eventually. Getting a little bit of audio glitching. Yeah. I would actually say better a bicycle, but actually, I'm kind of like unfortunately used to seeing random piles of fast food wrappers in people's cars. That one's pretty common. This is definitely going to be kind of a Grand Central Station-y area for this fortress. Definitely. Lots of raspberry dye. Certainly becoming one of the most common that I'm seeing. What do you guys think of this little system? I think it's worth making just because it's fun to watch. It is keeping the dwarves busy, that's for sure. You're doing one yourself? Yeah, I'm being kind of slow with it, mostly because I want the dwarves to be happy, and I know that when I actually start seriously working on it, it's gonna be a lot. Actually, hold on, I need to turn this on. Oh, that wasn't the thing that I was looking for. What was I looking for then? What did I just turn on? Oh, wrong one. That's the one I wanted. So I know that it's going to be kind of a lot when I do start working on the actual design, but we're getting real close to that point. The priority up until this point has just been keep the dwarves happy, and I think I'm mostly succeeding in that. And also mixing bar types. Be more specific with your stockpiles. There is a tag to not mix similar food types in barrels, but I don't think that's what you're asking for. I presume what you're asking for is like, you know, the statement that you said, so. I think what I'm actually going to do is set this squad as no uniform. And set this squad as no uniform. Now you can go fell trees. Oh, wait, are you in a squad? That may actually have been the problem. Well, that's kind of funny. All right, well, this will slowly clean up. The other thing I would like to do is go up to here. No, I only have 4 marble blocks. Let's use the marble blocks for this. do that. Also check this and see how much more steel bars I'm making. Okay, let's just get rid of those battle axes. Slowly working through those bars. Bars, iron, tons, 59 steel. Okay. Yeah, you just need to make more specific stockpiles. One way to do it is to make a sorting stockpile. So make a couple small stockpiles like this, and then one big stockpile, and then just put everything into the big stockpile, and then they make all these ones take only from the big stockpile. So like a lot of fabric will go into this stockpile, and then more specific stuff gets sorted into these smaller stockpiles, which then filter out into these specific workshops. That's one way to do it. Is Grapes in prison right now? Yes, Grapes is still in prison. So that would be kind of what I would do. You're still in prison. The fighting notification is not related generally. It's usually the Kias that are coming in. That, on the other hand, is sending Zachris flying. And Mina into a tree. And now Zachris is going to go get a shower. If I was worried about your dwarf, Sour Grapes, I'd be checking in on it. So, no, the combat is almost always these two dogs fighting with Kias that are flying into my fort. And your tantruming is irrelevant because you're in prison. So, I'm not concerned. Just because, like, there's a lot of things that happen in this game that I feel like I probably should do a better job verbally communicating. But it's pretty frequent that, like, I'll see something, not mention it because I don't feel I need to, and then chat will be worried that because I didn't mention it, I didn't see it. So I should do better about that. Yeah, they can have tantrums while chained up, and the most they can do is punch somebody who walks past them, which just extends their sentence. So it's like, not too worried about it. To trap birds in cage traps? Yeah, well, apparently, I mean, obviously we haven't heard anything more about this, but Tarn has said that he really wants to make, rework the the cage trap system. So a lot of that stuff is going to get reworked. So I'm very curious to see how that's going to play out. Oh, certainly. Hard Mistletoe. Trees operate, or not trees. Why do I keep saying trees? I'm staring at fell tree is the problem here. Statues work as walls. They're considered walls. But you do need to keep in mind that they can be toppled. So like, they're not the smartest way. But like, yeah, you can absolutely do that. I don't know where this dwarf is going, so I'll just let them do their thing. They'll let that dwarf out eventually. I mean, that or I could just be mature and smart and grown up and let the dwarf out. Okay, Zachris, where are you? It was a very satisfying dinner. Those are the best kinds of dinner. Did a bunch of birds just appear on the map? Actually, I'm curious. I think that these goats must have died of some sort of infection. Because there wasn't any combat related to goats. Huh. Why is a dwarf sleeping in a tree? Go back in the VOD 10 seconds. A tree fell down and that dwarf got knocked up and into the tree. It literally happened 10 seconds ago. But a dwarf got thrown into a tree by a cave-in. Getting a little bit of stuttering. It may be my jobs. Actually, I guarantee you it's my jobs. It's making these steel bars. Probably. That or it's my dying tasks. Thinking about what else it could be. You know what? Actually, I've got a lot of work right now for these dwarves. I'm just going to go through and pause a bunch of the ones that are currently bottlenecked due to running out of stuff. Leave some of those spin thread jobs up. Get rid of this shear animal jobs because I don't need to be shearing more. Pause all these. Pause that. Pause all these. Just trying to catch up. Are you guys hearing the random static in the music? I'm trying to figure out if this is like my microphone. It could just be my audio interface connecting with my headphones, but I'm hearing like a poppy static almost periodically. I'm curious if it's the game or if it's my interface. It's coming from somewhere. I just don't know where. You are hearing it? Is anybody else hearing it? It's like right there. Here, let me turn up. Pop. Okay. Weird. I'm gonna try something. This does require restarting the game though. I'm gonna try restarting the game. I've been running it in Proton for the past like week and a bit. I'm gonna jump it back to native and see if it continues. I've had enough feedback, Human Catapult. It's definitely coming from the game and not my mic, or I keep saying my microphone, and not my audio interface. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't have me at full blast, Huntress. Oopsies. Let's run new native. Let's run new native, update. All right, 2 seconds. I have to change all of my inputs. All right. Let's see if that fixes it. So now we... Well, I'll listen. If I keep hearing it, then... Because, like, there's also, like, the asterisk of, like, I run on Linux, so, like, it could be my system and not the game. But it's always something that I want to fiddle with for a minute when stuff like that starts to happen, because I want to figure out if it is me or if it is the game. Because if it is the game, then I want to try and fix it, if at all possible. Okay, well, I mean, actually, this is actually sorting the blocks pretty quick. Wait, what about dwarves seeing in darkness? The thing that's always bothered you is that the game's main art is that you don't recall any kind of torch in the game. Play as adventurer, as a human, and walk into a dwarven fort, and see how dark it is. Play as a dwarf and walk into a dwarven fort, and see how much you can see. Dwarves have dark vision. Dwarves' line of sight in complete and total darkness is 30. Outside, it's 60. Humans, outside, it's 60. In a dwarven fort, it's like 3. Like, they can see like a tiny little circle around them. There's no torches because dwarves can see in the dark. Although I do understand why that would bother some people, just from an art style perspective. That makes some sense. Let's also just murder a shit ton of turkeys. Because I have a lot of turkeys. It turns out. Actually, you know what? Let's not murder all of these turkeys. I'm just going to murder a bunch of those turkeys. Not all of them, just a bunch. And I'm actually going to go right here, and I'm going to go... what's the word for baby turkey? Can I not put baby turkeys in? Oh, I literally only have full-grown turkeys. Okay, well, I will wait until those turkeys are all slaughtered, and then I'll put extras in there. I thought I had baby turkeys, but I guess I don't. I just have a shit ton of adult turkeys. Uh-oh. Something on the surface has collapsed again. You know, it's funny. I always tell people, it's like, it's very easy not to crush dwarves with trees. Just simply don't clear cut. And then here I am clear cutting. Also, this is the reason I stopped using the Linux version, is because these assets are missing. If someone could clip that, I'll send it to the developers, but... Rest in peace, Zachris. I feel bad. Look at the bottom of the screen in regards to which assets are missing. Right here. They're U's. These are supposed to be lines like this. I'm just gonna quit without saving and save Zachris's life and relaunch under Proton. Because the reason I've been doing that is so that those assets are there, is because if I don't, let me just verify integrity. One file failed to be acquired. Oh, interesting. Let's see it now. Is that asset back? Because I don't like recording the game without that there. Whoops. What? DFHack mismatch? DFHack should be on the same version. I beg your pardon. Did the game just update? Holy shit, it did. What? 52.04? Huh. Did that fix it? Wouldn't that be cool? When did it update? Xylem? Must have literally been seconds ago. Oh, huh. I open up Discord and I see a DM from Kid Fox's community manager, and she says, Army fix incoming. So, I guess that's fixed now, maybe? I mean, I don't see any patch notes. Yeah, also the assets are still missing. Great. Sag. I will jump back over to Proton anyway. Sorry for all the restarts, chat. I apologize. That music thing has just been bothering me. What? I told you to go to Proton. And Queen Zostra, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. So about 2 minutes ago. Wow, the timing on that. Okay, then. Well, hopefully we get some batch notes. That'd be cool. Trying to launch Dwarf Fortress right now, and it's not. Ah. Blame DF hack. All right, let me get my captures fixed, so my face is going to disappear for a second. Oops. Wrong Dwarf Fortress screen. That's the one that I want. Done. Apparently you have yet to get the update. Restart Steam. Because if Steam has it, then you have it. It's just a matter of, like, restarting Steam. Also, it probably has to travel across the Atlantic several times because Tarn is in the UK. And Tarn updates it, which then probably sends it to Gabe Newell in the old Seattles. And then it's then pitched back over to you. So it's probably made several trips already. All right, well, we're back at it. And now I don't have DFAC, which is fine, but... Oh, also... I did kind of save Zachris. So you're welcome, Zachris. Instead, we'll just do a much wiser thinning job. It would be neat, as if I could filter by tree type. Like, you can filter by whether or not you want to do minerals or gems or specific types of things like that when digging, but you can't do it with chopping down trees. I already did that. Sour grapes. Tree's already down. Actually, more specifically, some stairs were built next to that tree so that dwarf can just climb down. And I'm actually just going to go here. Type in turkey. I'm going to become a premium level turkey distributor. We are going to distribute much turkey to the next traders. Which means half of the fortress is going to be putting turkeys into turkey pens. More like turkey swarma. They're going to swarm all into that cage. And shoutouts to this dwarf who's just like running back and forth, hucking them into the very humane turkey cage. Or putting eggs in the stockpiles, I guess. Kebabs? More like kagobs. Gobbles? Kagobbles. Yeah. Get him, Manuel. Oh, yeah. That's how you sell animals, Baron Balloon. You sell cage traps with trained or tame animals in it, and it adds the value of the pet. You can also put multiples, and then it just multiplies the value of it. You don't need like 100 cages to sell 100 animals. You can just put like 1,000 dogs in one cage and then feel terrible about it because you're a monster. If you want to be really crazy, you could put 10 animals in 10 different cages and then load them into a minecart and then sell the minecart. And it also stacks the value. But I guess it was fate. Also, the music is popping again. I think it's definitely Proton. Because it stopped when I did the Linux jump. That is a bloody shame. From one guy. Sounds like you should kill that guy. I would. Or accept it. Or, like, accuse him of a crime that he definitely committed. Definitely. Well, rest in peace, Zachris. You will be missed, sweet dwarf. Now your dwarf is a single mother. Surround yourself with friends you can trust and you will be unstoppable, she says. Well, at least she still has her youngest daughter around. So she's still got members of family. Also, are we cooking eggs? I'm seeing a ton of eggs in this stockpile. We should be. I'm going to stop cooking the tallow, though. Doesn't feel anything at the unexpected death of somebody. But she's kind of bored after being unable to practice a martial art. It'd be cool if cooks could make artifact roasts and then immediately get eaten. which then immediately get eaten, and then everybody gets happy thoughts. Yeah, I'm mixed on that. I've heard that idea thrown around many a time. Could you get a bald cook? I can neither confirm nor deny if 3 of the cooks are bald because they have hoods on. Those are the cooks I have available. Please select which cook suits you best. Yes. Gurgle spurts. Gurgle splurts. What you want to do is you want to increase, well, either decrease or increase rainfall, and there's a setting that you can click in Advanced World Gen, which is remove, because occasionally they, you're about to become, well, you're about to make something out of metalsmithing. Anuk-Sidral. What's the word I'm looking for here? You want it to occasionally erode. You don't want it to occasionally erode steep cliffs, so you have more jagged cliffs, and then it's just a matter of kind of getting lucky. But I find turning up erosion helps, because then it erodes more of the cliffs, and then you just get more peaks left. But I'm also not very good at Advanced World Gen, and I'm also very bad at explaining Advanced World Gen, because I just kind of fuck with it until I get my desired result. He never feels love or develops positive feelings towards anything, and he is utterly fearless when confronted with danger. Although I will say, it's almost more a matter of searching the overworld map and using the tools that the game has effectively, more so than anything else. Kestrel North, thank you very much for the raid. Moss, can I get a shout out? And chat, can I get a round of beers from the modders? Hi, Lanix, how are you? Fort's okay. The game just updated, though. We don't have patch notes yet. Never falls in love or develops positive feelings towards anything. Is utterly fearless when confronted with danger, to the point of lacking common sense. Prefers to present himself modestly, and often acts with compassion. Is often cheerful and is quick to form negative views about things. He doesn't seek out excitement. He doesn't handle stress well, and he tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He isn't given to flights of fancy, he tends to hang on to grievances, and he is slow to trust others. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and often feels discouraged. He is quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He personally has the highest regard for loyalty. Dreams of mastering a skill. He likes calcite and iron and sapphire, the color buff and gems. Figurines, blue peafowls for their coloration, and the words of the glimmer of velvet in the sight of the shadow of rock, and when possible prefers to consume cave crocodile, cave fish, and banana beer. And absolutely hates and blood amaranth flower. Sorry, banana beer and blood amaranth flower, and hates hamsters. He's vengeful when joining an existing conflict. I think I need hunters. Grabbing amber. We've got iron and just iron bars, not steel bars. Noto Casa, thanks for the 27th month. How have you been? Hamsters are kind of a crappy pet, and everybody that I know who's had hamsters, that hamsters bit me, so more reason to say that they're a bad pet. Hamsters are just a worse... Just looking at the request. Cloth threads. Stone rock. Gem shining. Ooh, you want cut gems. Hamsters are just a worse version of a pet hedgehog, even though hedgehogs are meaner. Hey, Jack, can I get a round of beers for Noto Cossack with the 27 months? Appreciate you greatly, mate. Nope, wasn't that. So leather, skin, yeah. Stone rock, what's the next thing you need? Cloth thread. Got sheep's wool cloth, alpaca wool cloth, rope reed. Oh. Probably silk that you want, right? Okay. Well, we're going to get trading soon. So I'll try and get you silk then. Hey, chat, holler if you guys see the patch notes pop up anywhere. Because I might not notice it right away. I am checking, but... Gerbils are shy, mice are sneaky, rats are ingenious. Seems very rat-pilled and biased. I don't know how much I trust this rat-related propaganda, my friend. Ah, wait. Ah, we have a patch notes. Speaking of patch notes, I think. Time to pause the video game and sneak a look-see. Alexandra with patch 52.04 to fix issues with armies and squads traveling. We're sorry this was such a pain to deal with in game. It was a nasty bug. There's also some other fixes in there, and the team's focus for September is continuing with the Siege update. We have more news and details to share soon. They talk about Dabu's new song. General updates. Fixing issues with armies and squads, breaking into groups and not rejoining. Yep. I hope that's actually fixed. Mod upload doesn't clobber info.txt. What? Huh. All right. Fixes a crash when choosing clothing sizes in workshop. That crashed the game. Fixed out of bounds error in army processing. Fixed out of bounds error in transformed units. Wonder what would cause that. Fixes armies deleting items improperly. That's funny. There's just something funny about reading that. Fixes potential crash in wrestling? Let me just actually show this on screen. Hold on. I thought I clicked the button, but I didn't. Mill job can be... Well, that's pretty big. Mill jobs fixed. Plant processing job? I wonder if that's related to the wood one. Makes placing lakes in mineral stage of world significantly faster. Okay, that's sure. Moods using bars. Try to use metal now. Oh, were they using like non-metal bars? Animal people no longer inherent meandering from their base creature. What? Does anybody know what that means? They couldn't use soap though. What does this mean? Apparently the update is also, like the patch notes are also up on Bay 12. Does anybody know what that means? Lanix is going to be here, but taking a walk before work. Gotcha. But what would that being removed do? Cat people don't exist. There's cougar people, though. Oh, so like, does that mean that if you get a bunch of animal people in your fort, they'll move at full speed? Because like, now that I think about it, I've had a lot of adventurers that were animal people in my fort that like moved really slowly. And I never really thought about why. I'll bet you that's what it is. Why both coffin and headstone? I don't know, fancy? That's quite literally it, Joseph. Sorry, it took me a while to respond to that. It's been a busy 20 minutes. I wonder if that's what that means. But this is a big deal. Let's... Mills need to be powered, right? I want to mess with this. Yeah, because they're in, machines. Well, time to power a mill. I got a million problems with this one. Let's also just get these rows cooking again. Yeah, I mean, I could make a quern instead. Chat, how was the wood stuff screwed up before? Was it if you did directly through the workshop, or was it if you did it through the manager? I just want to see if that's been fixed. What do you use it for specifically, Baron? Because I almost never have presses unless I'm using them to make paper, or I'm doing honey stuff. I'm gonna put a wood stockpile there. The manager got the material wrong. Well, let's just make... Because I need more wheelbarrows. Let's say birch. Let's see what they end up using. It's convenient to have it with all the plants. Yeah, no, that makes fair. Honeycombs don't get collected or something. Yeah, honey's a bit convoluted. Like, kind of unnecessarily convoluted. It's kind of funny. The honey system reminds me a lot, actually, of the dyes system that we have now, where, like, it's kind of extremely convoluted for what it is. Although the dye system, you actually get higher value items out of it, where with honey, you don't. Honey is one of the lowest valued alcohols in the game. Relique, thanks for the 33rd month. Welcome back, friend. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for taking the time to tune in. Speaking of, I'm also going to make another Infinity stockpile. Which also, should probably click down. And this is just going to be called wood. Whoops, wood. It's going to load from there. And it's going to, shocker, load wood. And you're just gonna take wood. What to make rat wax crafts? How you been, Rayleek? And thank you very much for the 33rd month. It means a lot, friend. There's gonna be so many dwarves running in and out. Just a whole lot of that. Yep, they're all hauling logs, or a lot of them are. Let's get Zachrus's body dealt with as well. Do I not have doors? Oh, no, we do. They made more. Excellent. Barely at all. I think that that's something that, like some artifacts getting stolen, some modders. I think barely at all. I think that it's a thing that used to be a major issue that has been nerfed into more or less oblivion due to stress changes over the years. Or changes in how stress works. Yep. Yeah, no, we saw. I accidentally ended up updating and grabbing it immediately. Which kind of surprised me, actually. I'm also just going to go here and just type in cat. Got a lot of cats that need to be gelded. And I'm going to eat some. If you put them somewhere public and risk theft and make sure that your captain of the guard is close by, theft isn't too much of a risk as long as like you have a squad close by as well. But then fights are a risk. So it's like pick your risk in a way. Yeah, that's the problem, Lyquiz. I mean, that was an update that released back in 2019, I think, that allowed enemies to, like, plot after your items. And that was when Tarn was still working on the Villains update arc. And then he released that alongside of Guildhall's and expansions to the interrogations and the Captain of the Guard stuff. And that's when, I think, when the Hammerer got added. I might be wrong about that. No, the Dungeon Master was added. The Hammerer was already there. Then all that stuff released and was like very half finished. And Tarn's like, yep, no, we'll get to the rest of that in a later update. And then it was later announced that Tarn was working full-time on the premium version because, oh god, they hadn't started working on the premium version yet, and it was like almost 2020, mid-2020 at that point. It was like summer 2020, so it just never got picked up again. I like the fact that they can be stolen. I don't like the fact that an artifact is made and then 90 seconds later every single dude who has a tower and a big ego and like a acquiring dead bodies problem just decides, I have 55 soldiers that are now going to take that artifact because it is mine and I want it, damn it. Yeah. I like the fact that it can be stolen. I want that to stay as a feature. I think that's a good feature. I don't like the balancing of it. I think that's a pretty clear distinction. This is just going to be a big old food stockpile. Yeah, I think that retrieving them should be more possible. But yes, I do agree that them being stolen is a good thing. I think there also needs to be a more larger variety of crimes that the baddies can commit, but... not that I've heard of. Roberta Wim in YouTube chat. Twitch chat. You guys can maybe weigh in on this, or people on the YouTube side could also weigh in on this. Have any mods on in Dwarf Fortress been hit by the DMCA flood on Steam? Also, what DMCA flood? Are you talking about like the adult content stuff? Because I don't think there are any. At least not on Steam. Outside of that, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Unless, like, is Nintendo going after mods or something? That would be news to me. Also, folks on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like on the stream if you want to help the channel go up. Fake DMCA claims from trolls? Ah. Well, I don't know. I haven't heard anything. Mods being copyright struck by trolls. In what game? Like, this is the first I'm hearing about it, so. Fair enough, Otters, yeah. We'll train combat afterwards, and then their artifact is stolen and they can seek retribution. Yeah, I think there's two things that we need for, like, artifact stealing is, one, I don't ever really want to scroll through this entire menu to find an artifact. Like, it needs to pin my artifacts at the top or something. Or stolen artifacts at the top. Or I need a better menu for it. And I want more variety in enemy crimes to be committed. But that, you know, it's all on the to-do list from Tarn, so I look forward to it. You know, actually, this is not going to be a bring from anywhere. This is just going to be a we'll take items, so it'll filter this stockpile down a little bit. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I don't really have an army that's like prepped to go fight things, so if you could go murder a bunch of stuff with your armies and report if it's fixed, that'd be great. Looks like the wood in carpenter shops is not fixed. At least not on my end. Because I set these to all be birch wheelbarrows. So there's that. But still nice that the other stuff has been worked on. What, me? We gotta militarize? That's in the works right now. I mean, if I go to bars, we got 73 steel bars. We're still slow. Actually, how much more steel do I have to make? We're almost done making steel bars. How much charcoal am I sitting on? 19. I'm gonna need to make more charcoal. Who needs military when you have dyes in fashion? This is true. I would say that about real life, too. Just like, you know, who needs military? Come on. And I now have a birchen minecart. And let's go carpenter. I'll just make a handful of carpenter shops. 1, 2, 3. Just get rid of that one. I really hope that traders get here soon. Zachris has been buried. Actually, just going to go place some cabinets. It's actually nice because it's very obvious which dwarves don't have cabinets if you have an active clothing production system, because they just end up with like pants and gloves and stuff in their room. I very rarely use mail shirts, actually. I usually just go for breastplates. I don't like weighing my soldiers down too much. And I usually prioritize just getting up and running quicker. Like, that's like the last thing that I do. I don't generally care too much, about having super optimized military. Mostly because dwarves are like stronger than most other adversaries and generally do fine with like suboptimal gear. Yes, Delkin. It's fine. It's hiding from the gelding stations. Also, this is now completely distributed, which is quite nice. So now I just need to make a bars stockpile. Which I think I'm just going to put like right here. Just put some bins in it. Oh, I don't need to do that. Bars, blocks, bars, metal. And we'll say coal. I've had a couple of those appear, Baron. In this fort. You find training way more important than equipment anyway? Oh, 100%, Wretched. 100%. Like, a talented dodger will always go further than a novice dodger with the best gear in the world. Let's sell off some used clothing real quick. I've also got a tantrum I gotta check on, because that dwarf might be out of prison. Totem. Oh. Yeah, of course they're in a bin somewhere. Look at that! It's a bin of totems. Totems and mugs, mostly. I think I'll just sell those along with the mugs. And then... that is a really expensive bin of cloth. Holy shit. It's entirely totems. Entirely totems. Various crafts. Yep, that can all be sold. Various crafts can also be sold. And lastly, various crafts can also be sold. And I'm just going to queue up What was it say? I kind of want to make... let's do smelt... I think it's native silver that we have. I make silver goblets. Because I find it so annoying that your dwarves bug out and never return. That bug got fixed today. Like, 35 minutes ago. So, maybe try again? Literally, like, 30 minutes ago. Yes, also what Baron Balloon said. Although them getting attached to them isn't as dramatically punishing as it used to be, but... I will release 2 of my turkeys. And then deconstruct this. Because I now have a logical number of turkeys. Got so many withered pigtails over there. Do I have it set so that they don't hold? Oh no, there they go. Perfect. And let's trade. I need a thing of silk. Oh, for fuck's sake, don't tell me you didn't bring silk. I don't think they brought silk. Did they bring any thread? Okay, spider silk thread. I'll buy those. So buy the raspberries, because why not? Buy that 1 book. Crutches and the splints, because I'm lazy. I'll buy the fish. And the bolts to save me some brain capacity. And those bars. And the fancy gems. Because why not? Also buy some instruments, because why not? And some flasks, because why not? I don't need any more bags. Yeah, making soap fortresses was always a silly thing. Now I can go here and grab turkey cage, which isn't worth very much because turkeys aren't very valuable. Let's follow this. You can fun fact, Hillbrids work for chopping down trees. And doesn't require mods. Which I kind of love, actually. There you go, strange mood. This dwarf could have died if I wasn't super on top of this. Or if they didn't bring silk. So we kind of lucked out here. What color is that? It's a mixture of dimple dye and birch dye. It's pale blue. I don't think dwarves can pick up great axes. I don't know. Maybe. And there you go. 2 gems, iron bars. We're going to get our first metal artifact. This dwarf's a metal crafter. Just make 30 bins. Get them moved over there. Yeah, clay is a really quick way to build structures because you just have infinite. You just have infinite ability to move things that way. Any female dwarf. How's this miner look to you? Queen Zo. Zostra. What was the last non-DF I played in my own time? Tricky Madness. I got the fourth or fifth highest high score in the second track called... It's not Dream Zone. Might be Dream Zone. I don't know. They all blend together in my brain. But the second track in that game. It's an SSX tricky, but made by an indie developer type game. Like, you know those games that are just like, oh yeah, no, this is a game that like a single developer is making, and because they really liked this other game from their childhood and nobody's making it anymore. That is the last game I played. Is it okay if I just call you Zostra? Because you're not the queen. That would be like... That's when you impersonate somebody of a uniform, but you're not actually that rank. Is very slow to anger and sometimes cruel, but if you want it, I'll give it to you. Often nervous and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. Has a sense of duty and has an active sense of humor. She tends to avoid crowds and can handle stress. Occasionally overindulges, is stubborn, and is quite polite. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values a harmonious existence. Finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish and finds artwork boring. She doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. She likes lignite and trifle pewter as well as squirrel and the color eucalyptus, the sound of the flowery lutes, and the sight of the heliotrope festival, and when possible prefers to consume blackberry wine and rice flour, and absolutely hates purring maggots. She has extremely stolen valor. Yes, that. Her hair is extremely long, and she is corpulent. My apologies. You're married to Dwarf Lobster, so hopefully the two of you can get acquainted. And you have a kid named Urvad. Your younger brother, who's a dyer, is in the fort, and your auntie. Auntie Cole is a bone carver in the military, and your nephew, Melville, Logan Melville, is a dyer as well. Everyone likes 1080. I never actually played 1080. I played the one that came after Tricky, but I didn't really like it all that much. But yeah, no, this is the game I play in my own time the most. It's this. Which, as you can see, I have 12 hours in the last 2 weeks and 118 on record. That's not letting it running. That's just me playing. And then the other one is Tetris Effect, which I haven't played in a minute. And I played this in my own time with a friend of mine. When we plan camping trips, we play this game and talk. And this game, which I also haven't played in a minute. Those are the games I play on my own time. Mike! Hello! How are you? If you guys don't know, aka Mike B, just go give that legend a follow. Watch that dude since before I streamed. That's how long it's been. Glad to see you still out and doing stuff, mate. What are you up to today, if I can ask? Like, to those of you coming over from Mike's stream, you know how he kind of gets stuck on just, like, oxygen not included sometimes? Well, that's me, but this game. Except it's been 6 years. I'm still here. I haven't moved. Maybe longer than 6 years. Yeah. Still got more to do, though, so, you know. Gotta keep at. Many such cases. Yeah. Speaking of Nuxadral, the cook has created Unib Sherik Logem, an iron figurine of Maffel, Worked Lancer, and offers it to the Mountain of Dice. Well, thank you. We got an iron figurine. Completely unrelated, but I just want to say thank you, Mike, for the raid. You seem like a giant pangolin to me, so you're a statue now. AKA Mike B, as in giant pangolin, which is a statue of a giant pangolin. On the item is a rendition of the Armory of Spikes, an image of a giant pangolin. It was commissioned by the Mountain of Dies, a local dwarven government, and it is adorned with hanging rings of superior quality milk opal. That's you now. Yeah. As for this figurine is of Maffel Worked Lancer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of Maffel Worked Lancer and is encrusted with cushion conglomerate cabochons and point-cut golden barrels. This object menaces with spikes of iron, peachwood, and amber opal, turkey leather, and chert. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in cave spider silk and in giant cave spider silk, and that is all. And I'm going to go put it in the lockbox so that we never see it again and no one steals it. So maybe the cat can finally get let out. There's been a cat in here for a very long time. It's fine. But when we pull this lever, we can release him. See? Now we can leave. Armored Armadillo sounds... What, the Spiked Armory sounds like an Ubuntu release? Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Or just Armadillo. Giant Armadillo, maybe? Cave cat? Yeah, that's pretty normal cat behavior, though. Poor cat. It went in there willingly. I would have let it out if it wanted, but it didn't leave, so I left it. Now I'm just waiting for that other one of these guys to appear here. Someone's bringing it, probably. Let's actually just throw some more of these in. We also just got a patch, like, a couple minutes ago, like, within the last 2 hours. And a dwarf committed a tantrum. Well, time to put Sour Grapes back in prison. Yeah, it's definitely enclosed cat vision. We need to put this item on display. There you go. Now you, Tatan. So I'm kind of cheating. I'm using these as part of guild halls to increase their value. So, when the room empties out and I lock this door, I will replace it. So this is the Silky Rim. All right, I can go over here and pull this lever. Bar's back. Cat's back? No, it's not. What are you talking about? You did sign up for this Sour Grapes, to be fair. How do you get notified? Do you get notified if they get stolen? If somebody sees them, yeah, it can be hard to catch them, though. Only if there's witnesses. Otherwise, it's just like, oh no, an item is missing. Weird. Which usually is what happens. But if you have witnesses, then they'll report it. And once it gets reported, then your authorities, your dwarves will get notified. Okay, let's see if I can sell my turkeys. Which is right here. Turkey cage! It's very heavy. It's like the weight of a boulder. Because there's like a lot of turkeys in there. Turkeys aren't that valuable though, so I will trade the turkeys for bacon. That seems like a fair trade to me. And then we'll eat that bacon. Now I gotta do a similar thing with a bunch of lambs. Although actually I think I may just killed them. Let's get ahead of this a bit. You know, actually, I like turkey bacon more than normal bacon. Although I don't, actually, I would say I don't like bacon all that much in general, so maybe I'm not the best judge of bacon character. And my reasoning for this is a lot of people use bacon as a side. I think it's a seasoning, not a side. So when you use it as a side, I think it's kind of overpowering and not great. But bacon as a seasoning is pretty good. You probably saw it, but there's an update. Yeah, no, I mean, keep saying it though, because then more people will be aware of it and more look at all those bars getting put away. If more people are aware of it, then more people will go download it, and that's a good thing. Yeah, absolutely. But that being said, like, there is something to be said with, like, you know, having a piece of thick-cut bacon. Oh my gosh, we get baby Dulkin Jr. Hold on. Dulkin's mumsy. Dulkin Jr. Congrats. You and your happy, not dead husband. Look at you. Excited after becoming a parent. You're wearing tattered clothing? Oh no, you've got a shitty hood on. Tisk. Did I never queue up hoods? Dulkim? Uh-oh. That was definitely a typo. Hello, Mr. Monkey Person. Or Person Monkey Person, I shouldn't assume. We're also about to get hit by ads, so we'll pause game when ad's done. Masterpiece Oaken Bin, you'll have to see it. Alright, well. The last thing I would like to do here is make a little charcoal stockpile. And those are what? Rock salt? Yeah. Wood furnace. That's steel bars, not what I wanted. Wood furnace. Let's do it that way. And I can catch up more with logs without mist machines. Really? I'm like a little stressed because I'm feeling like they're kind of upset, but... It's always humans every single time that's happened to you. It's always humans. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that checks out with the way humans function. The game looks dope. I wish someone would remake Seaman. I don't think anybody should remake Seaman, but we all have our weird dreams and particularities. You can't remake Seaman unless you can have a proper recasting of Seaman, and I don't think they should recast Seaman, so I don't think you can remake Seaman personally. Why am I talking about Seaman? What's wrong with me? Yep, there is Wolfest Wolf. Armies seem to be functional. Seamans with a Z. Actually, no, it's 2025 enemy. It would just be called Seaman. Like exactly, like just hard, like the same way they just called Doom Doom. It would just be Seaman. That's all it would be. It wouldn't be Seaman 2, it'd just be Seaman. You know that that's the truth. In regards to mist generators, my biggest advice is this. You don't need them. They're a band-aid for other problems in your fortress. There are enough things that you can do for your dwarves to satisfy enough of their needs to keep them mostly happy without making mist generators. Mist generators are generally a band-aid more than a necessary solution. So just keep that in mind, is that you don't need them. They can absolutely be helpful, but you don't need them. All right, now that I've got all that done, I'm going to go up here and I'm going to go Steel, Anvil. Let's make 5 of them. 5 of them. Yeah, we'll make 5. We are also a little bit short, it feels like, on charcoal. So who has that last charcoal job? How's the patch? Wood still borked. I haven't seen too many other things tested yet. I need to build a quern and see if those can be specified. And also a millstone, but I don't have anything to power the millstone. I just want to click on it and look. Oopsies. I always forget that you need to click twice with them. Wait. Wait. Huh. So there's something there now when you place a millstone, but it's still not a millstone. It's like 2 pieces of dust. What is that? You guys see this? There used to be no sprite when you'd go to build a millstone. Now there is one, but it's... okay. That won't work, but I can click on it at the very least and look. And workshops, I think it's farming, right? Quern. Yeah, the fuck is that? They used to just have nothing. At least they have something now. quite literally falls into the it's better than nothing category, but... It's stone chips. Got it. Yes, definitely. 100% it's stone chips. That's totally what that is. I should not do this way. That makes me very happy. So yeah, querns now work as millstones, being able to specify between them, which means actually... I should put them down here. It's time to make some flour. Yeah. It is time to make some flour. These generators are OP. Yep. Yes, they are. I think that they are so that everyone who's not a veteran game has some kind of mid-level tech to help them out and use that as a segue to be able to make dwarves happy without them. Oh, certainly. I have no, for clarity here, I have no issue with mist generators existing. I think that it's just important that people who are new to the game learn that they're not necessary. Not to be confused with, like, I think they're OP and unfair or whatever. Because that's certainly not the case. I think they're a very useful tool. However, like... there have been points where... okay, so if I go millable unrotten... okay, well, if I just... Okay, so I can't specify from down here. Hold on, what if I just say mill plant, mill this? When those jobs pop up, I will click on them. See if I can adjust them once they're assigned. No, with flour comes roasts, not bread. Can you make a custom condition that checks one plant? I want to see this first. Possibly? Okay, no, I can't do that. So then what I would need to do is I would need to go mill plants. Let's say... I don't know. That's just a condition, though. Yeah, no, this hasn't actually changed anything. So I'm just going to get rid of these because you can still do that. That's new. Like this being able to click the job here and do this. This is new. But if I can't do it through work orders, then yeah, then I mean it's better. It's an improvement. I need to mess with the millstone real quick and see if I can do that through the orders with the millstone because I don't have one down here at the moment. And I didn't try to do it through work orders for the millstone. Although I know that Putnam is working on, what's it called, the work orders stuff quite a bit behind the scenes. So I wonder if there's like a situation where they're just waiting for a big overhaul. But because Putnam says she wants folders, which I agree. Folders, favorites, stuff like that. Yes, 100%. 100%. In regards to that. Baron Balloon. In fact, I'll be honest with you, Temple Cups needing to be built is the main reason I've literally never bothered with the die system outside of learning it. Because, like, having to, like, set up give-take stockpiles for very specific tasks for those things just sucks and is almost never something I'm willing to do. Okay, let's also check these dwarves. They need boots. How much charcoal am I sitting on? 42. Okay, let's just do, let's jump back up to here. Zoom out a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm trying to decide where I want to put my metalsmiths. And I think I've decided. This anvil's going to get melted down and turned into iron. I'm going to deconstruct this. It's a weird sound. I'm going to channel down. That's what I'm going to do. So you're going to be able to sort of see them. Also going to deconstruct a bunch of these and replace them with grates because I still have some. Which also gives me a bunch of new materials because, you know, that's what that's going to do. Let's just do this first. Dig through that. Let's go up to here and go floor grates. Got 9 of them. Perfect. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think they should just use the right material for this one. Let's see. I'll just be specific. It's safer. Uh-oh. I just broke into my own spot. It's fine. Just wall it off. How long until one of the dwarves goes, oh, look, a way to die, and then just goes and stands in there and then starves to death? Kiddo, come on. There you go. Sweet. No dwarves in the artifact hold. And floor grate. There we go. Hmm. Let's just use malachite for nows. That has tiles that... Okay, so... What are you saying? So there's a patch of land that has tiles that are pools of bayberry wine. Ah, you're in a good biome. So in evil biomes, sometimes it rains blood, like pus and blood and other gross things like vomit. In good biomes, it sometimes rains wine or beer or that sort of thing. So you must be in a good biome. That or it's frozen and spreading, which can happen, but more likely it's just raining alcohol. Which actually means, I think if you... I've never tried this, but I've theorized that if you're somewhere where it's raining alcohol, if you... Hear me out here. Starve your dwarves of alcohol so that they're desperate and need to seek out respite by acquiring out like liquids from the ground. Will they get like just the, oh no, I didn't use a goblet, cup, or mug thought when consuming alcohol from the ground like that? I never really thought about it because like if you're somewhere where there's vomit on the ground or like blood on the ground, sometimes they'll get really desperate and be like dying of thirst and then they'll go drink blood or like vomit and then get really mad. But anyway, I just thought. Okay, so finished your raid, and while we were caught and 2 rats died, everyone else is actually returning to the map now. Yay! You had a dwarf's personality change from drinking slime from a puddle? I mean, yeah, no, totally. Mine would too, I think. Speaking of mine would too, I'm gonna go grab whatever treaties on the goblin and errors in the glass of intricacies are. Let's see if my mission succeeds. Wish me luck, chat. Oh, I used steel for that one. Whoops. Well, I'm hoping that the developers are being genuine about the bug being fixed, so. And then let's just go anvils, iron anvil, melt it down, and just friggin' melt it down. And I'm out of wood again. I am, in fact, out of wood again. That's impressive as all hell. Also, speaking of out of wood again, I'm just going to grab several woodcutters so they can work simultaneously on this. It also doesn't help that a lot of my dyes are coming from trees, so there's even more reasons now to hack down trees. Have not seen an elf yet in this fort, and it's been 7 years, so none that I'm aware of. Yeah, so you still can't specify from within here. It's only if it's manually assigned. Which, like, this is still way better than it was. Like, truly. Still way better than it was. So I'm glad for that change. But it could still be better. It could still be better. Now, let's do one of these. It's winter, and that ice has been there thawing and freezing for a while because it hasn't fully dissipated yet. Okay, so charcoal, what are we at? 41? Let's do steel short sword. That's 10. Steel helm. That's 20. Steel shield. That's 30. Steel greaves. That's 40. Do I have any particularly good dwarves at these tasks? Let's see. Got a High Master Armorsmith. It's officially your full-time gig, Dwarf. How about you? I'm not going to specify what is made where, but I'd like to have at least some of it be higher quality. You know what? Actually, why don't I just specify these? I might. I rarely do this, but might as well be fancy. This is a fort about being fancy. It doesn't look like it's from anywhere. It's from my well, trust me. I put it there. I had to drain my well because somebody got stuck in the well during construction and then broke their neck trying to climb out. It was a sad tale. Sad days indeed. But, you know, yeah. I put the water there. That's why it doesn't look like it came from anywhere, is because I put it there. Welcome back, Caesardes. Traveling time zones, I presume? Alright, we are now back to making charcoal. Why are they not using the wheelbarrows? Excuse me? Supposed to use the freaking wheelbarrows. What's wrong with you? Steel breastplate. What am I missing? Steel gauntlets. Steel high boots. Let's do 20 of those, because I don't think this squad has them. Yeah. Our exploration attempt went well, and everybody returned. Thumbs up. Let's poke around a little bit. Mostly like just empty-ish places that I can explore. Do I risk this? I kind of want to. Uh-oh. Some Dark Goblin pits that now know that I'm here. Ooh. The Fort of Slingjoin. You know what? Let's just steal some stuff. And make a, Let's steal some books and make a library. Double volcano all the way across the sky? What does it mean? It means I'm feeling nostalgia is what it means. Not close enough to settle a fort on both of them. I looked. Walls of Color have returned. That's earlier, but I'm just waiting for these last few to leave. Out you go, dwarf. Best of luck. Oh, hey, you even have a sheepbone amulet. Strong warrior dwarf has killed a Kia. Greatly valued soldier. No. I tested. Does not. I hoped it would, Valgy, but it doesn't. Okay, why are we not processing plants? That's probably why. Yeah. Because I've moved stuff to other stockpiles since, that's why. I'm also going to get rid of you. I can get rid of you. And I'm going to go up to here, and I realize that this is going to look a little silly for a moment here, but bear with me. I'm particular about how I do things, okay? Long Tom Jr., thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. Check, can I get a round of beers? And YouTube folks, hit the heart button. Oh, don't quite have enough. It's fine. We'll just do 2 then. Also, speaking of YouTube members, clicking on this and clicking on this. Chat, I have a daily minimum, which I don't generally state what the number is specifically, but we are about halfway there today, which means we're about $60 away, US dollars. Basically what that means is it allows me to hit minimum wage every week. Approximately, not quite actually, but just saying, if you happen to have a Prime sub available, think about me. Today is the last stream of the week that I am doing, because tomorrow I'm going to be deep in the trenches of editing hell all day. Also tonight. In the walls? You should probably let them out of the walls so that they can get some sunlight, Scully. What was I doing? Crafts workshops. I'm gonna go up here and then type in rock block or rock pot. And I'm in an ad break, so I will wait. What video am I planning? A sequel to the worst map in Dwarf Fortress history. I've got 10 minutes of audio recorded, and I'm plucking away at editing. Maybe second or First or second, maybe third week of September. Hopefully sooner than later. Why do bins keep showing up in this stockpile? What? It's perplexing. Baz Salsas, thank you very much for that gift. Appreciate you, friend. Thanks for paying it forward. Now what I can do is I can go metal armor. And they can start claiming stuff. And I can also set them to... Oh, okay, I can't because the game's saving. I will set them to off-duty in a moment. And then when I set them to off-duty, then they will go equip all their gear. And I can start getting a second squad working. And then when spring rolls around and the snow melts, we'll start outdoor constructions. And I'll see if I can get a library up and running before then. So I think that a library... I think it should go on this layer because this housing layer has all of the temples and guild halls and is pretty full. This one has a lot of open space. So I think I'm just going to go down here and do this. Well, maybe not that. Go down here and do this. And that's all priority 2. What if I just kind of go over here and just did like this? Made like this into a library. I realize this is giant and it doesn't need to be this big, but I'm also going to kind of double it as another dining hall and put food in it. So I've got a lot of meals lying around and should probably redistribute those a little better. Actually kind of don't like where that is. I don't know, chat. Bigger library or smaller library? Because I could just build something like right here and it would probably look pretty nice. I think I'm just going to build something like right here. I think I'll just do it that way. What do I have? Let's just do this. All right, the sun's coming out. 1,500. Nope, that's pots. Shit. Blocks! Since the sun's coming out, I gotta go close another one of the blinds, otherwise it's gonna get really bright in here, and it's gonna screw up my lighting. 1 second on the name, everybody. Alright. Yes, this is true. You don't need much for a library. So yeah, I think we'll go with a smaller space, and then I'll build maybe a second tavern down here instead. You want a stonecutter or a mason? These are my stonecutters or masons. We've got Erdim, Kublak, Metob, Tan, Zulban, or Adil. Please select your favorite, and we'll get you dwarfed up. I wonder. I didn't see those go through. Kubak. Look at that big red beard. Enter Bunny is never moved by emotions of others and has no confidence at all in his talent and abilities. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise and finds this troubling. since he values perseverance. He generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he has an overinflated sense of self-worth. He has trouble by this since he dislikes the natural world. He's often cheerful and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He becomes very rigid when he's angry, and his hands begin moving when he's exasperated, and he tries to stretch his body when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family, and personally greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. Cool, our ties are catching back up. And doesn't see cooperation as valuable and doesn't care about fairness. Likes ash glaze and trifle pewter, as well as clear garnet and osprey leather, amber, the color burnt umber, and breastplates. Large gems, rhinoceroses for their horns, and the sound of the fabulous euphoria and the sight of the fuchsia rhythm, and when possible prefers to consume giant tapir and lychee wine, and hates flies. You have a mother and father and a younger half-sister in the world, but neither of them live here, and you're friends with Amethyst, who's in the military. Who I may actually boot out of the military, because I don't think she likes their dwarf being in the military. I have a lot of dwarves. This faction is bizarre, because there's so many dwarves with, like, random combat skills. So much more than I normally see. Like, it's almost bizarre how much of it I'm seeing. It kind of bothered me there isn't any. I mean, what do I think about something that doesn't exist in the game? I think it would be a pain in the ass to clean up. There's already a contingency of people who already complain very loudly about the fact that there's too many boulders already. If you're talking about like refilling stuff, I don't really have any thoughts on it because it's not a mechanic that exists. Tarn has said that he wants to give us some way to reform the surface if the goblins can destroy it as part of siege stuff, but I have no idea. I don't really have any thoughts on it, to be completely honest with you. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, that's kind of a neat concept, but I don't have much to say about it and won't have much to say about it until like we see that manifest in game. And as far as burial mounds go, there actually used to be mass graves at one point in Dwarf Fort. It was a long time ago, but they used to exist. They existed back when Dwarf Fortress was still a two-dimensional video game. When it was 2D, there was mass graves. And I don't think they ever made the conversion to 3D. It was literally just like a zone, and they'd chuck all the bodies in there. It was a much simpler system. Oops. Just going to make a bunch of pig iron. And then make steel bars. We'll just... actually, no, I'm going to make that a singular shop-specific thing. Why is there two different options for refined coal? Where did I put the pig iron job? Or am I going crazy? Did I delete it? Oh no, I did 2 steel bars. What? How did I manage that? Anyway. Sorry. Make pig iron bars. I have no idea how I did that. You go if the amount of pig iron bars is or if the amount of iron is greater, flux is greater, that is greater, and that is less. Yeah, honestly, that'll work. We'll do 15. Too many boulders is sort of a weird issue. These people have clearly never tried to make a project. No, it's called people with self-diagnosed serious OCD disorder. Mostly. Yeah, I don't know. The game used to actually produce more boulders too. Like older versions of the game produced a higher percentage of boulders than premium. Like they actually toned it down, which I've always found a little odd. I've always found that a bit weird. Yeah, sentient. It was like 50% or something, and now it's like 30. I'd need to look at the numbers again, but it's like not a small subtraction. Yeah. Okay, let's just go through here and get everything up and running again. That too. Phalgy. Just to store boulders, really? That's a lot of boulders. I remember training an entire fortress of dwarves to Indefatigable just hauling boulders by hand. Making gauntlets and high boots. Okay, so since I've got high boots, go to you. I'm gonna say replaces clothing. And I'm going to give them trousers. And robe. Nope, not robes. Cloaks? Cloaks. Well, let's just say dresses. Dresses are pretty common in this fort. And armorful is what I'm going to call it. Oh, also socks. And we'll see if Poobert here can equip that stuff. Yeah, okay, so I was right on the 25%. Well, boulder equal 4 block Necron tier. What? It took like a whole 3 months to meet with the outpost liaison. Man, my mayor must be busy. Let's go all the way up to here. I'm also just still denying it because I don't really want to be royalty. Let's also grab you and just go equip. Other thing. There we go. They go equip other thing. Let's grab you and say, go update. Let's see, are you able to equip the extra equipment you need? Why are you crying? Pleasure after putting on an are you so happy that you put on extra items that you're crying? Or are you crying because you're accepting, remembering, seeing your wife die? Or your lover die? You're probably crying because of that. Often feels filled with joy after a new romance in 302, which was your lover. Greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors due to seeing Toulon Elfpool's dead body. Oh man. I like this dwarf. I feel sorry for this dwarf. This dwarf witnessed his lover, who was the expedition leader, die getting ripped apart by a werebear. And now he respects individuals who persevere. A werebear, yeah. Its eyes glowed ultramarine, which is still one of the funniest fucking things. Yes, I get the joke, Sentient. I get it. I understand the humor in the joke you make. Well done. That Kia there is a head. It's gotten a head. Or rather, it's lost a head. Okay, where are you? Like, you should be equipping your extra stuff, shouldn't you? Let's just try throwing everybody... Oh, did I not save it? That's easy. We'll just call this steel... We'll call this metal armor full. Confirm and save uniform. Metal armor full. Throw this whole squad on it. I should also make leather backpacks. You know, this reminds me of an old accent joke. Look, thar's a bar. War, over thar. War, thar. Thar's a bar over thar. War, thar. So, thank you for reminding me of this. What you grabbing now, dwarf? It's a masterwork sheep's wool dress. Holy shit. Not gonna lie, that's kind of incredible. Socks? Hell yeah. Still needs your other sock, but it does look like they're slowly equipping stuff, so that's all that that's all I really need. This one's got trousers. Excellent. Look at that. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So we'll just have to keep checking in periodically and updating their equipment until they get everything. And I'm rapidly running out of coal. Just gonna check this monthly. If amount of refined coal is less than 50, make 100. or is greater than 50. Oh, amount of, oh, I see, I did this backwards. Amount of logs is greater than 50. And amount of refined coal is less than 50, make 100. And I need to go hack down a whole bunch of logs, don't I? I will say super steep areas like this does make cutting down forests kind of difficult. As nice as these super steep areas can be, they are rather dangerous in some respects. I don't care at all if they spar. I actually am not totally sure why other people care if they spar. Do I know why it prevents them from sparring? Sorry, I don't really have a better answer for you than that. I've always just kind of presumed it's because you have to manually schedule it for them to spar, so I would think that would kind of like ask and answer itself, right? Like in order for them to spar, they need to be scheduled specifically to spar, whereas the default setting is the default training command. So like if you set them to, what's it, this? Without editing anything, that's what this button does. You have to go into like the advanced options to set advanced options. I quite frankly don't care if they spar. They train just fine. I just kind of want them to work when I tell them to work and then stop when I tell them to stop. That's quite literally all I care about. I think like Dwarf Fortress is just like annoyingly specific in some cases, and that's probably just one of them. Where like the game just wants to be very specific about a certain task, so thus it's very specific. Of course. Oh, didn't die though. This is gonna keep being dangerous, isn't it? Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Let's also erase this, and then I'm gonna go along here and then do this. There's a minimum skill level to spar? Sure. I mean, they spar with this command if they are like, because like they have to be the same skill level to spar though. I thought that's how that worked, not a minimum. It's never something I particularly prioritized, but I was always under the impression that sparring was like, if they are similar level of skill, they will spar, otherwise they won't. I guess I will just simply state, why does it matter? I guess. They won't ever do it for you from the get-go because everybody's gonna be different skills from the get-go. Unless they're all like 0 skill and training up from 0. Because like what I always understood was in order for them to spar, they have to be similar level of skill, and the person running the squad has to be the highest skill. I could be completely wrong. Toulon the Recruit has been taken by a Fey Mood, which is surprising, actually. Wants to see the dwarves play fight? Well, probably just wants them to train faster. Does sparring train faster? I don't know. I guess I'm probably the wrong person actually to ask, to be honest. What squad are you in? Aren't they? Okay, hold up. Aren't they not supposed to be able to go into strange moods when they're in a squad that's active? Huh. Interesting. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. If I ever want to train things, I just attack stuff usually. And I know that sounds like a silly thing, but like I just make sure that I have a squad leader who's pretty decent at leading, and then I invade weak enemy locations because that trains like significantly faster. Well, that's either a bug or like a really, really weird coincidence of timing. That being said, I'm not complaining. I'm just kind of like surprised. I don't mind the extra strange mood. That's lovely in and of itself. I think this dwarf needs cut gems, so I'm just gonna queue up some of them gems, because I don't think there's any gems in here. Must need boulders, logs, yep. Logs times 2. It should be bars, yep. Bones, yep. Bars, yep. Then cut gems, okay. There they go. Oh, also pro tip. If you have a Rangers Guild, it trains ambushing, which is used as part of attacking the enemy off-site. So when you attack things off-site, that factors into the like tactics skills for invading enemies. So if you have a Rangers Guild, you'll build up squads that are better at invading the enemy quicker. Also, if somebody could clip that, that would be useful. I can make it into a short later, or I'll have to dig back in and find it. I would like to know why this dwarf only has one shoe on, but I presume there just isn't enough available yet. Does that dwarf have 1 foot? You know, I hadn't thought to look. No, that dwarf has 2 feet. Also now has 2 socks on. So, at least that's been sorted. They aren't matching, but I'll permit it. Okay, so this main squad, we went and explored and stole a bunch of books. Tempted, dulled, the fiery brigands. Let's go grab that. And I'm going to go back down to here. And let's, now that we've built up some more block supply. Throw in a bunch of this. And build a library here. And let's go... And let's do... What kind of bookcase do I want? Let's do wooden bookcase. I really like wooden bookcases. And you know what? I'll just do 6 and let them use whatever wood. For these thrones, we'll just do limestone and limestone, I think. Isn't it squatter group return? But usually, like, it's the little cups thing that says someone says re-entered the map. I've never enabled that as a notification. I mean, if you just go in and search by fortress. Migrants, animal trapped, diplomat liaison, animal birth, first name given, strange mood. Citizen kidnapped. If you want the game to be unplayable, set masterpiece crafted yes to pause game. It would be in here somewhere. And it would be something that gives one of these, like an alert. Citizen missing, citizen death. Regular beast, yeah, as opposed to irregular beasts. Animal birth, cave in. Not a quick link. It's in my Discord in the save sharing room. I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't want to just stare at this, but I would presume it would be in here somewhere. Like I said, I've never turned it on as one. Then I guess it doesn't exist if you've never been able to find it. Or other instead of fortress? Probably not, but I could look. Might be other. Toulon the Recruit has created Kara and Gazul. I mean, what they're looking for is the ability to make a pop-up when a squad returns. So if someone else wants to go look, that'd be cool. And claims it as a family heirloom. So this is another figurine. Yet another figurine. Starting to not care about these figurines so much. This is a Chur figurine of Ringfill. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of Cybrek, Ringfill, the dwarf, and Olon, Charmfenced, the aqua deification of mechanisms, the dwarf in Churt. Toulon by Toulon. Olin, the aqua deification of mechanisms, is striking down Cybrek, Ringfell. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Cybrek by the dwarf Rotten Butcher, Olon, Charmfenced, the aqua the aqua deification of mechanisms. There's way too many words of the same name. in the late winter of 217 during the dangerous sieges. It is encrusted with cushioned Lamanite cabochons and studded with silver, decorated with ash, encircled with bands of ash and silver. This object is adorned with hanging rings of chert Lamanite, and on the item is an image of Braillite cut gems in cat bone. On the item is an image of dwarves in silver. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Colorbeard by the mountainous dyes of the strategic boots in the early spring of 300. On the item is an image of Autumnal Good, the short cave spider silk skirt in opal, which my mayor is wearing, by the way. That is a mouthful. In more ways than one. But thank you, enemy. So many store items in stockpiles. I'm actually going to specify what kids do a little bit. I'm going to remove kids from refuse and body hauling. And no, we'll leave them on animal hauling. But, yeah, well, we'll just remove them from those two. There's a lot of hauling tasks in this fort. I do have to say that the number of super happy dwarves in this fort is kind of massive. That is it, yes. Most likely, bootlegger. Not sure why you're linking it, but... Was somebody else looking for it? Yeah, but I don't want to have a quick download link for it in my chat, so Discord links are very unreliable. Like, you can go grab it there if you want it, but I'm not going to, constantly link it. Let's just get rid of this because it looks ugly. This is not working. We're making lots of large rock pots. Oh, you don't need to remove it. Just, I'm not going to, like, make a command for it. If you want to download something and use it, and then that's up to you, but it's linked in that Discord for a reason. I feel bad for Sour Grapes. Sour Grapes is just, like, wandering around depressed and vomiting everywhere constantly, so hopefully they die soon. Also, chat, how we all doing this afternoon? It's been a little quiet. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. That squad's out and exploring. This I'm actually gonna remove a little bit. I'm gonna put a separate barracks in here to solve the sleeping issue. This one here. So they'll go train over here, because that's where I want them training. You're vibing. Sour individual. I mean, username checks out. That's what I'm doing because I think they look nice. It's got nothing toward... I'm not going to say definitively what is and what is not ideal because I have no idea. CCJ. All I know is that the FPS bonuses that you used to get from the old pattern are obsolete and irrelevant at this point and have been for 2+ years. I have zero clue what is ideal. That's just what I've been doing the last 24 forts or so. It's either like a positive thing or a negative thing that I am completely clear about what I know. Because like I genuinely have no idea what is the optimal staircase, and I also honestly don't care. But I can't tell if it's a positive thing or a negative thing that I'm so direct about that. This squad has returned. Let's jump up here and grab this. Forces of the Mountain of Dyes searched the place. The fire brigade was looted by Pilot. Why did we not? Go again. Do better. There's something else there. Go get that. I mean, I would also say that too, Baron Balloon. Like, it mattered at one point when, like, you know, if you didn't have the optimal staircase set up, like, your frame... It's the difference between having, like, you know, 10 FPS and 100 FPS in some cases. Whereas now it's like, it quite literally just doesn't matter because it's not going to impact your frame rate enough to matter. So, yeah, I kind of actually agree with that point of, like, it kind of just doesn't matter for us to know anymore. It did when it was a huge FPS impact, and now it's not. I think the outside of the arena should be a dull brown, but I will make accents of color. And I think the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go around here. How wide is this? It's 5 wide? Something, something, are you not entertained? You know, I know they made a shameful sequel to Gladiator. I still maintain that Gladiator is one of my favorite movies I've ever seen. Genuinely, I love that movie. Fucking great film. If you look at the list and hover your mouse over them, it says the number of dwarves that could participate in that guild. The last one, ones that have been requested have to have 10 dwarves, and the name of the guild will be beneath it. So if you haven't made any guilds yet, scroll down that whole list, hovering over it, and it'll say a guild has formed in that underneath that guild. And if you just scroll through all of them, eventually you'll find the one that, you know, demanded the guild. That's if you're using DF Hack, Baron Balloon. Which would be a nice menu, I just don't like where DF Hack puts it. So I go down to here, and then go down to here. And then just go straight along the end. I need to look at it once it's all done. I mean, if you have that thing down at the bottom, then it's a DFHack thing. The menus for DFHack also look pretty noticeably different than the menus in the vanilla game. Like, if I... Oh, I don't even... I can't have DFHack running right now because it's not... I'm not running a version of DFHack that's currently installed, but... Or currently up to date, I guess, is the correct thing to say there. Because I'm on that most recent patch, which, at least when I installed that patch, DFHack hadn't updated yet. It may have now, I don't know. You know, I am a big proponent that if you are learning the game for the first time, sorry, back on my soapbox, don't mind me, you should probably learn the game without DFHack first. Because then you will be more able to identify what is and what isn't a DFHack feature at a glance. It'll help you identify problems that friends have in the game quicker. And also give you a better amount of knowledge of how the game works in a vanilla state, which is, I genuinely believe, something that's kind of useful. So, I don't know. Try playing a fort or two without. It's not the end-all be-all, that's for sure. It's useful. But you don't need it. It's kind of like never playing Minecraft in survival mode and only ever playing in creative. And then when somebody says, how do I find, I don't know, iron? And you say, well, you click on the screen on the right and you select iron from the list. Letteran, hello, how are you? We have no idea when the Siege update will hit, but an update came out this morning, not the Siege update. If I knew when it would hit, I would probably put it in my title, to be honest, or I would have made a YouTube video about it at this point. Because if you know, you tell me, because I would love to know. I wish they told me a lot of things. My job would be much easier if they did. Yeah, I've kind of like started quietly complaining at KitFox about how things are communicated, although I don't think it's anybody's fault in particular. It's probably a combination of everybody. Because it's like, if I have a hard time keeping up with what the hell they're working on, it's even worse for everybody else. CCJ is spreading information I disagree with. And they know that. There's nothing wrong with dwarves hoarding clothes that they own. If you think there is, then I'm sorry, we are not the same. Yeah, I mean, my main complaint is this. An update shouldn't just sneak out into a quiet branch that nobody can really identify because it's called experimental or beta, which doesn't mean shit. An update should be announced and then go into a specific update branch. They could have an experimental branch, but put it behind a password. Don't make the password hard to find. You could, like, just put it on the KitFox Discord somewhere. And, be quiet about what's going on in that one if you need extra testing. And then when an update's going to come out, you announce it, you show screenshots, you maybe release a trailer if you want to be fancy. For smaller patch updates, just post the update. And try and give some sort of lead up for private testing in a beta branch if you want to do that. But that's about it. And also try and specify exactly what's going to end up in the final patch. Shirt I'm wearing is probably an XX cotton shirt XX. I had one of those that actually became like a bold XX one, and then I shredded it and stitched it to the back of a flannel, and now it's a punk rock flannel. Punk rock / metal flannel. That was at like 2 p.m. today. Or not, sorry, not 2 p.m. I'm reading 2 p.m. That was at like noon today, DJ. So you've only missed it by like 4 hours. To shreds. Yeah, it literally fell to shreds. It was a shirt that I loved, and it said "Live, Love, Laugh, Drink, Toke, Fuck" on the back in the like. What's the word? What's the name of that? Like crappy brand that everybody buys and puts in every single Airbnb on Earth. It's in that font, and I really liked that shirt. They're not built to last. I bought a nicer one that will last longer. Yeah, it's Wine Mom shit, except very much not Wine Mom shit. Or Soccer Mom or whatever. All right, well, I'm trying to decide exactly how I want to do this. I could do like a shelf setup where it's like just like flooring all the way around one and then drop down one. I could channel the whole thing out and use walls. Let's just channel the whole thing out. There you go. I like things that reference and or mock Live, Laugh, Love stuff, so it's a good aesthetic. Steak pick? Nope, steel pick. Let's make 10 steel picks, because I should have plenty of steel. $183 iron. 15 pig iron. Am I out of, I must have, okay. I'm an idiot. If amount of iron bars is greater than 10, if amount of pig iron bars is greater than 10, if flux is greater than 10, just make 15. Go. And sour grapes is tantruming again, going back to prison. You ever live, laugh, low? A+. Big fan. Yeah, sure, go ahead, Adrian. That's what it's for. Although I have nothing against wine moms. Just for clarity here. To me, that's not even like a wine mom aesthetic. That stuff's just like Airbnb aesthetic. Leave loaf lathe? I mean... why do we have to leave, though? Leave the loaf, lathe! I guess. Oh, speaking of stop trying, did you guys hear about the most recent YouTube lawsuit that got settled? Since I'm vaguely talking about music stuff. Ronald Radke, the vocalist of Falling in Reverse, who's known for being a shitbag on the internet, sued YouTuber Anthony Fantano for calling him a shitbag on the internet, as one does, and the case got thrown out. I was very amused when I saw that yesterday. So, yeah. He's the classic, like, piece of shit rock star. If you could even call him that. Washed up rock star? I don't know. Is he washed up these days? I like to think Falling in Reverse is pretty washed up, but... it's only defamation if it's incorrect. Correct. And, Anthony Fantano smacked him with an anti-slap. So, basically just a Hey, I'm legally allowed to say it how it is. Response. You don't think you've ever heard Falling in Reverse? Have you heard Escape the Fate? Same people, basically. Or some of the same people. I listened to Escape the Fate when I was like 14 and thought it was pretty cool. And then I grew up. A little bit. Not much, but a little bit. Personally, I still have a lot of growing to do. But, because I still listen to Slipknot. So I'm not perfect. That's an insult to the classic piece of shit rock star, honestly. Wait, how's it an insult? Like, just being so bad at being a piece of shit rock star that you... One of the funniest things about that whole case, too, because, like, Anthony Fantano made a video about it, but, we've died a masterpiece. Look at that. Is that, it took about a year for the defamation lawsuit to actually go through. And within that year, allegedly, dude who sent out the lawsuit, Mr. Ronald, completely destroyed his own case by, like, repeatedly stating that, you know, videos that talk about how bad I am actually help my clout and stuff like that. So it's like, how's it a defamation case if, like, you're openly stating that it is actively helping you? You're, like, quite literally demolishing your own chance of winning. It's cringe music, but you like their music? Yeah, it's fair. I mean, I like some shitty music, too. I like some Korn, so I can't tell people what is and what isn't bad music. I mean, I can and I do, but I shouldn't. First Korn record rips? Sure. I like more than just the first Korn record, but I'm not going to disagree with that statement. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this needs to be... how can I do this in a way that looks better? I could just widen it. That's the lazy way. Although these days, like, the most embarrassing thing that I'd say that I still like is, I still like those first 2 Disturbed albums. Kind of a lot, which hurts. Korn, you know, featured in the hit video game Haze. That might be how I do this. Yeah, the Skull Throne guy. Yeah, that Korn, definitely. It's definitely the Korn that I'm talking about. Isn't that Krone, actually? Or Korm? With an M? Or am I thinking of something else? You remember It's Late? Uh-oh. You feel like there's an interesting comparison study out there between Ollie Skies and Ronnie Radke, because I remember back in the misty days of 2009, I remember them being equally notorious. I didn't know about Ollie Skies being notorious. Although, to be honest with you, in 2009, I didn't pay any attention to shit. I used to listen to a lot of those bands back in the day. Is that a Maximum the Hormone joke, or is my brain playing tricks on me? Bodie the Lancastrian. DFX is back in sync. There you go. Okay, so it is spelled differently than the corn that I'm thinking of, Queen. Good to know. Good to know. Maximum corn moan. No, do not maximum the corn moan. That's how you have to get banned from a platform and forced to only post on Cornhub. You know, I do have to admit, though, that is up there with some of the best April Fool's Day jokes. Like, the internet was funny once. Hi, Alana. How are you? Please help save me from this conversation that I mostly started. I hope your stream was good. What were you up to today? We're playing Dwarf Fort because that's what we do here. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. I'm building a big arena. More of an amphitheater? We'll call it an arena. For sporting events. Like making things fight things. Played Flotsam and Timberborn? Both of the premier floating thing dam building games, right? Water-based city builder. Zzz. And a lot of almost dying in Timberborn. You know, that's pretty, like, reminiscent of my memories of playing that game. That's a damn fine video game product, as they say. The best damn dams. Yes. But scrolling up, hello. Noiboy, Blue Squid, Tharl, Tigger. That's everybody. How's the fort? I've got one dwarf that's really pissed off. There was a patch that came out earlier today, which is lovely, and I keep stealing stuff from other places. Speaking of, did I get the other artifact from that spot? I found nothing. Well, okay then. The secret of intense hate? I just have to say, I feel like we could use that in real life. Like, I feel like that would be such a useful secret to know. Imagine if we all knew the secret of it. Maybe then we'd find a cure. Maybe that one dwarf would stop getting upset. I have one dwarf who's just like super upset and constantly tantruming, and the whole reason. Okay, I need to go to this place literally because of the name of it, and the whole reason they keep tantruming is because they're just angry and hate everything and keep arguing with people. It's like, oh my god, it's too real. So this is Craft Spines, which was a place that was destroyed because they dug too deeply and greedily, and this is Flash Orbs, which was part of the same faction. But look at all of these books they've got. I'm going to send both my squads out to go acquire stuff. You know, it's really quite funny. Tweeting is a word in Dwarf Fortress. And I had a whole faction of elves that all had tweeting-related names. Like, all of their major cities had something to do with tweeting in it. And they wrote a lot of books about tweeting because of it, and I found that very funny. So I could get, like, discourse on tweeting. The survival of tweeting. Has tweeting destroyed us? Tweeting is the last hope. Tweeting will save us. Anyway, that was maybe one of the funniest like recurring bits I had in a fort in a very long time, if maybe ever. So yeah. I can write that book, Torpid Knot. It'd be very, very simple too. The full prose of will tweeting save us is just, hold on. I have to prepare myself to say this correctly. No. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. In the Posters Revolution? More like the Posers Revolution. Anyway. Let's just dig all this out now. Zoop. Zoop. Are we voguing? I don't know what that means. I haven't seen any of those movies, so it would have gone over my head, or I wouldn't be aware of it, I guess, but I believe it. Shaku. I actually, like, those movies are post the point in my life where I lived with somebody who wanted to watch those movies. And as somebody who never particularly wanted to watch those movies, I just kind of stopped. And so now the result is I'm very behind on things like popular animated films. I mean, I know what the word means, but I don't know what, like, voguing means. I don't understand the context of what you're asking, I guess. Or memeing, I guess, maybe. Yep, nope, never heard that word used in that way ever, Squirrel Teeth. But, you know, learn something new every day, right? Something smarter every day? I hope. Better than dumber every hour. I'm sure. I'm well aware of the existence of Vogue, the fashion magazine, okay? I don't pay attention to women's fashion in the slightest, but I know the magazine exists. I might have grown up in, like, the boonies in a forest in the middle of nowhere and had no social life until I was an adult, but I don't live under a boulder. Like, sheesh. I might be going crazy, but this looks lighter than this, but they're the same type of boulder. Zulban, the stonecutter, has given birth to a boy. I'll hail the new baby boy. And we have now 5 baby lambs. I'm also kind of tempting fate, and we may end up at war with dwarves. Because I'm invading, or not invading, but scouting and taking items from abandoned dwarven forts, which could piss off that faction if we get unlucky. So, which wouldn't be the end of the world, but that could happen. Oopsies. Yep, that'll be fine. Let's get that unsuspended. All right, this is the last time I will mention it today. I do have a daily minimum, which is the, if I make that amount of money in a stream, I make approximately minimum wage. We are currently roughly, I'm adding $2 to where I was at before, about 58 US dollars away from hitting the daily minimum. I last mentioned this an hour ago, so we're still pretty far off. If you happen to have a Prime sub, think about me. That's more or less it for the sellouts for the day. It's been a short stream week, so I don't expect to hit my minimums. Let's do that. Grab these. Where's... Okay, so there's nothing forbidden. I didn't even get halfway to it yesterday, letter ends, so that's what it is. Captain Radiator, thanks for the Prime sub. John, thanks for the Prime sub. See? It works. Round of beers, chat. Don't be sorry. I ended after 4.5 hours of stream yesterday, so don't be. If I wanted consistent income, I would go work for like a company and have a boss. Today you learned you have a Prime sub to give. Magical. Thank you.
A Clockwork Dragon cheered. X500.
Thanks for the 500 bitterinos, my friend. As long as that's not bitting off more than you could chew. That one hurt. But the goal with the minimums, Letteran, is that by the end of the month it evens out, because I will always have some days where I don't even come close and some days where I nail it. And some days where I'm above it. So I've had some days where I'm above it, so I'm not too worried. I will be okay this month. But, you know, it's one of those things where it makes me feel better about the day if I make it most days. That's all it really is. How do you keep your squads from disappearing on missions? You close the game and you patch it, and then you update it, and that bug should be fixed. No, that's how you do it. You grab the patch from a couple hours ago, and don't worry about it anymore. Is how you stop dwarves from disappearing on missions. Hopefully that clears that up. Yeah, it's been kind of a brutal bug. The last little bit. That's almost Hype Train. Regardless, though, thanks for the primes and the $5.
Devildon cheered. X200.
Thanks for $2, Devildon. Appreciate you as always. You have a sale event coming up on the 7th? Yeah, I mean, Twitch has a bunch of sales next month. Ones where it's not splitting the
Cartesian John cheered. X500.
income with the streamer. Which I've said before and I'll say again, I don't care. I think those are actually a good thing that we can do them. Thanks for the $10, Letteran. And the $5, John. Appreciate you.
Letterin cheered. X1000.
For a little bit of like clarity here, my daily minimums are just for the Twitch stream, right? So like, I do make above minimum wage like 80% of the time, most days. Because, you know, I'm also getting recurring revenue from YouTube. I'm getting recurring revenue from other things like Patreon and my blog. So I do have other sources of income that aren't Twitch. This is more just like a stability thing. If that makes sense. Because Twitch is the baseline and the majority. That's all it really is. Because being, like, independently employed is scary sometimes. But then again, the world is scary right now in general, so. Oh, gee, thanks for continuing your gift sub. It's good to have you around, dude. This is definitely going to cause cave-ins. I'm just going to wait until they clear out all that, and then we'll go around the edge of this. Oh, come on. Say, dwarves, you could have done that so much faster than you did. You know, one of the changes that they implemented in Premium that I love, because I feel like there's always a lot of, oh, I missed this about older versions. When there's a dwarf digging down, if another dwarf stands where that dwarf is digging down, they don't complete the job. They cancel it. And so it doesn't drop the dwarf. In version 47.01 and older, or 05 and older, if a dwarf was standing there, they would just splat straight down. So I love that little change. It's one of the nicest things they've ever added to this game, in my opinion. Like, genuinely, I adore that change. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for all those bits? And a little hype train. There is a hype train going on if you want some emotes, potentially. I gather most people don't care, because I'm kind of in that boat about the emotes themselves, but there is a hype train if you want to make number go up. Appreciate it regardless, chat. No, that's just a dwarven prank. I mean, now it's an illegal dwarven prank. Bad.
Sacris cheered.
Thanks for $3.
X300.
Sorry for killing your dwarf again. The tree did it, not me. It wasn't my fault. It was just the tree. I swear. The tree plotted for, like, had 2 attempts and succeeded both times. It was a very good plan. Oh. Huh. The Bronze Colossus, Bathor Canelli Lirapalothi, has come. A magic statue made of bronze.
Foul_G cheered. X500.
Thanks for the
Crypt
$5,
Near
Foul
Crypt
G.
Rock.
That pushes us up to level 3. Needs $30 in bits or 6 subscriptions to level up. That's never happened before. Yeah. So, I think I just inhaled a fruit fly. Ahem. Hi, Hilmar. What's up? Where can you send? I mean, if you're using PayPal, probably the easiest way, if it's just a one-time thing, would be, just through Streamlabs, Hilmar. Otherwise, like Ko-fi is the same, Kofi. Both of those should be linked in the stream description. Or if you go to my blog, you could like subscribe to my blog for a year, depending on the amount that you want to throw. Spit it out? No, I'm not spitting on my carpet. We're good. He's already dead, Jim. Anyway, so there's a bronze statue made of bronze bent on mayhem. We should straighten him out. Did you bring anything fun? No. And all my... Okay, so this is the actual problem. None of my squads are on the map at the moment. I need him to take this way in. Also, I caught a chinchilla. 3 chinchillas, actually. Macquee12, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. The Greatest Onslaught. What a great name. 88 kills. Yeah, that's pretty good. 86 other kills, including 28 dwarves in stream stakes. Can I just say that stream stakes sounds like a soon to be banned CS:GO gambling service to me? Okay, so who's gonna go pull that lever? This could go really bad, actually, because of the construction we're doing at the moment. Okay, so this gate should open right now. No, that's the wrong one. Is that not what I said, Macquee? Oh, right. I also haven't fixed that yet, which I should. Come on. Go the way I want you to go. Just keep going. No, 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 no. Oh, wait, no, no, no. Okay, mate. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Just path of least resistance. Path of least resistance, most dwarfstist. Got him. Hell yeah. Get wrecked, son of a brick. Got him. Many update videos? Oh yeah, that'll happen. Hey, at least you've got a playlist to watch while you're remembering how to play. Got another one for the collection. Not the chinchillas, just the bronzy. What happens when you drop him in lava? He would melt. Also, chat room, can I get a round of beers to that hype train? Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you. I am very much looking forward to whatever ends up happening with the rework of cages. Tarn talking about cage wagons in that interview that we did a couple weeks ago was awesome. You can't just shove a 20-meter giant in a little box. How do you know it's not a 40-meter box? Like, things can break out. Like, we'll need... The things that Tarn cited as ideas that they are thinking about implementing. Baited cages? Certain materials of cages being required for certain types of creatures. Certain types of creatures requiring bait in the cage for the cage to function. And large cages for large creatures. So large cages would need to be transported with a wagon. The way I kind of asked if it would be like is apparently they already have art as well, because it was an idea from one of the artists, and Tarn is like thinking about implementing it. But it would be like a he described it as, well, he described it, and my question was if it would be like the little Jeeps in Command & Conquer when they drive somewhere and then turn into a building. Kind of like that, where like you'd build a large cage and it would look like a wagon and it would go somewhere and then become a giant cage trap. Well, full-grown dragons are bigger than rocks, but most rocks are bigger than dragons because most dragons aren't full-grown. Chat room, thank you very much for the hype train with the 4 subscriptions and the $31 in bits. I greatly appreciate that. I'll check the daily minimum in a couple minutes here. Looks like it was mostly books that we got. Also, look at this dwarf. They've got a dress, they've got a cloak, they've got trousers, socks. How about you? Are you, kitted out properly yet? Still only the one boot. You do have 2 socks, though. I do find that a little funny. The hidden meaning of combat. The truth about the funnel. It leaks. That's the truth about the funnel, chat. Speaking of the funnel, we should have everything ready now. I can now funnel all these books down to where I want them. This is one of the reasons why I'm kind of taking a while to make my buildings, is because they have lots of time to like get encrusted with a lot of fancy gems and things. It's one of the main reasons I'm kind of taking my time here. And then this is all just going to be one big dining hall. Oopsies. Not a multi. Which is going to be set as a library. And library. I'm going to go to you, and I'm going to say scholar. I've got a dwarf with brackets that says library. Could also try throwing sour grapes in here and see if this helps. Probably won't, spoilers, but I can try. Although, actually, hold on, let's just do this. I'm going to go to you, and I'm going to go to you, and I'm going to go here. I'm just going to do this so your name stands out a little bit more. There you are. I would presume it would be like a workshop size for the cages. That's kind of just my assumption, though. And this will also be a dining hall, so we can put prepared meals and drinks here. And it will take items from here. and take items from here. We've got too many river spirits. That's all I have to say is too many river spirits. Let's actually just get rid of this squad for right now. Oh shit, I just got rid of 2 squads, didn't I? Everybody that still has armor on. It's been a very long time since I've accidentally deleted a squad, so... But, you know, we all have our moments, right? I guess not all of them had armor on. Big sad. Oh well. I'll just throw some extras in there. Considering they're all pretty skilled anyway. Do have to make sure that they're not, Oh. Okay, no, I didn't give them that uniform too early. They should be able to go acquire the things that they need. Got us foraged for some fucking breakfast. Man, why so aggressive about the brekkie? I think they just want... I don't think they need to move it. I think they just need to add a confirm to it in regards to the delete squad button. Like, a confirm would be nice. I wouldn't complain, but... Or, like, moving it would be fine as well. But, like, I think just... Are you sure? Is all I need. Really. I would be satisfied with that. I'm sorry, drop-off item inaccessible where? Delicious brekkie. Good luck with your brekkie. I wish you the best of results. Charcoal am I sitting on? 41. Currently for bars, we've got 57 steel. Let's just throw one more dwarf in that squad. I'm gonna make a... Going to make a Marksdwarf squad. Let's do mail shirts. Let's do hoods. Yeah, we'll do helms. Greaves. Trousers. Gauntlets. Huh. We don't have low boots. High boots. And crossbow. Call this crossbow. And for body wear, I'm gonna say cloak. Make cloaks. Crossbow. And Atir is a novice Marksdwarf. You want martial training and you want to fight. Well, that's a good start. Sloppy with their living space. Incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. About Digaldadire. She dreams of raising a family and that dream was realized. Personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. She likes calcite, silver, yellow. Yep. Feel strong surges and seeks short-term rewards. Often can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. Tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. And tends to avoid crowds. Tends to hang on to grievances and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Is somewhat quarrelsome and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her and often feels envious of others. She has an active sense of humor and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing her mind, and often cheerful. Can handle stress. Excellent. Excellent. We'll just get 2 of them training up slowly. And I will make leather quivers. Let's make steel crossbows because I can. Also, wooden bolt for training. And for this squad, for ammo, they're going to take wood. And say metal bolts. So this will be for training, and those will be for combat. Let's see what's available. Basically nothing. Makes sense. Oh, did I tell them to replace clothing? Oh, shit. Don't do that yet. Actually, it might be fine. No. Do not replace clothing just now. Maybe once we get gear set up, that's better. What kind of cloth do you get from Looming Danger? You get... What kind of cloth do you get from Looming Danger? I'm trying to think of like a snide response, but I can't. Good pun, though. I would honestly say like... There has to be like a color that like rhymes with scared, right? Fear of the cloth. I don't know. There we go. Now got steel crossbows. I think I screwed this up. Hold on, let me adjust it. What's the name of it? Metal armor full. I didn't think that you had to assign 2 footwear, but I'm just going to try that. Because I'm only seeing them running around with 1, so I'm going to confirm and save and see if that fixes it. Now he's got 2 boots on. All right, well, there you go. Glad that fixed it. I'm also going to increase all these numbers because it's about time we do that. I'm also going to actually get rid of the cloth image requirement because it just seems to be canceling a lot. It was working earlier and I don't feel like fixing it. Fear and clothing, and oh yeah, that's what you get is fear and clothing, right? Looming danger would give you fear and clothing. Obviously in Las Vegas. It couldn't possibly be anywhere else. And also, I think this library is quite the hit. Captivated by the pulley. Let's see if I ended up with a necro book. Nope. Well, that's good. Wouldn't it be grand to take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days? No, I agree, Dwarf. Wouldn't it? Neezer, the dwarven child, has been possessed. One of the first kids born in the fort. How would shoes made of pigtail even look? Google cloth shoe. You also need to realize that pigtails aren't pigtails. Pigtails are a type of cloth. Or like are a type of plant that are then woven into cloth. So it would just look like cloth shoes. They're not literally like stitched together pigs. I'm presuming you need bones, but I could be incorrect. It could be trees. Yeah, it's probably trees. Yeah, if the elves ever, like, try to do diplomacy with me, it's never gonna work out. Not in this fort. Not in this fort. Alright, let's, I want to try and get an item from a mysterious dungeon. Let's see if we can pull it off. Let's go to Depth the Crew. He's hauling a raspberry, but is pretty kitted out aside from that. Some of them are mostly full, some of them are not. We're still working on it, but it's okay. I need a round of best of luck to my squad's chat. We got expert swords dwarves with... what's your tactics skills? Is it other skills that it is? 0. Well, wish them luck. They're very well armed. They're all professional, more or less. Or adept. Professional. Experts. Love to see it. Accomplished. I mean, you've killed a Kia. That's basically the same as a cult leader, right? You've killed blind 5 cave ogres, but that was before you got here, so... Creator of blank. I think cavern access is already pretty important, but I think what they could do is make cavern access more interesting. I mean, obviously it's not necessary, but it's very rare for me to go this long in a fort without having access to the caverns, so this fort's actually very much an anomaly for me. I do think cavern access is already pretty important, though, but it could always be more important. This is true. I think what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to build a entrance down into the arena. And I'm also going to go a few floors up here. And get rid of all this. But I'm going to go up to here. Cut off the top up here. Cut off the top up here. Keep digging down. It's going to require a lot of digging to actually do what I want to do, so... Please. Might as well keep at it. Down in here, I'm just going to go... across here with malachite. And there, and there, and there. And then lastly there. Stadium seating? I was thinking about making this into the stadium. This is going to be like the entryway for one of the contenders, and then the other contender would be at the bottom. I was going to build like a tavern over here, if that makes sense. Like a big meeting area. So like this would be a big old wall, maybe with like fortifications and windows or something. And then the other side would be the dwarves. I don't actually want the dwarves to see it necessarily, because if they can, that'll probably just disturb them more than anything. I don't know what a footy scran is. So what would it be? Because I don't know what that is normally. So Kiddo grabs birch logs, silver bars, 3 malachite blocks, cat bone, amber opals, and rough amber opals. Rough amber opals. Hopefully they make something cool. Best of luck, Neezer. Uh-oh. Hey, chat. Bet you $1 somebody got hit with a cave-in. I was right, but not where I thought it was, and I don't even know how that happened. Oh. What? How? That seems bad. Zolban's in midair. Ooh! I do see some Kumail blood on the ground. Where's Kumail? There's Kumail. Injured. Okay. I don't think anybody died. I genuinely have no idea how that happened. Kumail seems injured. Zolban's fine. Cadol's fine. No idea. But everybody's fine. So, I don't know, post the dwarf falling emote or something. And I'll check my daily minimum, because now's actually not a bad time. I should also check that mission, which just returned. Still $20 away from the daily minimum, but I usually get about $15 a day in Twitch ads and turbo revenue, so we should get close-ish to the daily minimum. So thanks, chat, for the hype train. Floor install before it had support. They're not supposed to be able to do that, though, but I guess they did. Fuck the rules, I suppose. Okay, so patient is being diagnosed. What do you has? You have a compound fracture. Okay, this is actually, I think, the first time the hospital's been used that I'm aware of. Yes, squads are back. Right lower arm is bruised. Liver is mangled. Ow. Must have just got, like, smacked in the gut. It's pretty brutal. Yeah, I didn't think they did that still, but... I personally, I realize I'm probably pretty behind on the YouTube chat, but Antonio, I don't consider wagons to be a first, so if they reutilize wagons for other uses, I don't consider that a first multi-tile entity. But, be cool. Not that I've seen. We haven't... Okay. Every time we've been attacked, anybody who's gotten involved in the fighting has died during the attack. Neezer, the dwarven child, has created Thatorathish Akatkadal, a birchen earring, and offers it to the Mountain of Dyes. A birchen earring? Useful. This is a birchen earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is very valuable. It is decorated with cat bone, encircled with bands of rectangular malachite cabochons, point-cut amber opals, and this object menaces with spikes of birch. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in silver. On the item is an image of dwarves in amber opal. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Colorbeard by the Mountain of Dyes and the strategic boots in the early spring of 300. On the item is an image of dwarves in malachite. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Colorbeard by the Mountain of Dyes of the strategic boots in the early spring of 300. On the item is an image of... I was going to start pretending to read the same thing again. As an image of a white millet plant malachite. I think I'm going to give that one to my manager, because I don't think I've given anything to my manager, have I? Oh, no, I did a while ago. How about the broker? Cricket, do you have anything? Broker doesn't have anything. Broker now has some earrings. Footy scran is food you get at a football game. Oh. I mean, I don't know fucking Britishisms about fucking footy. I don't care about North American sport, okay? Why the fuck would I know anything about footyisms? Why in the world would I know what footy scran is? Get down to my level of lack of culture, please. Because internet? Okay, well, one would have to willingly subject themselves to footballisms on the internet to acquire footballisms from the internet. So disagree. Let's see how that siege went. Well, me raiding Depth Crew. Okay. So the strategic brutes attacked the stability of traps of an unknown civilization at Depth Crew. The dwarf Zulban led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human Maelstrom priest, Sele Massive Balance. The dwarf Zulban's tactical planning was superior to the human, but the defenders had a positional advantage. And in the late spring of 308, the Walls of Color led by the dwarf Pubert clashed with 3 mudmen, slaying them. They turned into puddles. The Walls of Color, led by the dwarf Zulban Pulbert, clashed with 3 goblins, slaying 2. They then clashed with a single goblin and killed them. They clashed with 6 goblins, slaying them. They clashed with a single hungry head. Really? Slaying them. The human Maelstrom priest confronted the dwarf Edict. And the human Maelstrom priest fought with the dwarf Edict. While defeated, the latter escaped unscathed. No, we're not talking... Well, chat mentioned a footyism, and I'm like, why the fuck would I know what a footyism is? Why in the world should I know what food you get at a football game is called? I'm just saying, it's unrealistic expectations. Expect to be disappointed. I'm trying to decide. Where should I put my Marksdorf training? I could put it up here. You see, that's my secret, is I'm always disappointed in me, so it doesn't really have much effect on me. Also, as a concert goer, I think the logical response from me should be, they sell food at stadiums? Sorry, I never make it past the bar. Or what? They sell food at stadiums? Sorry, I don't watch baseball. I typically try to avoid stadiums if and when and generally as much as possible. So it's not even I don't get food. I just try to avoid them sort of as a rule. Mostly because the sound at the concerts that I like to go to is generally pretty bad. Okay, what the fuck is banana ball? Is that like pickleball? You know, I saw a joke on social media the other day, a meme, as my grandma used to call them, if you will, which was if they renamed baseball to baseball, their viewership would increase. As a stagehand, wait, people buy food at stadiums? Imagine not getting catering.
This is madness!
Then the sport would be lies. It already is. It's not really a sport. They all have beer guts. Have you seen any of them? Just saying. It's already tricked people into thinking it's a sport for a very long time, so. Oopsies. How you doing today, Hobo? How's things? For the sport day, there's a dystopian corporate required sport joke in there somewhere, but how do you do, fellow sport enjoyers? Oh, exact same thing. Sorry. Never went to a stadium? Just a really big space with a very high ceiling. I like small stadiums, personally. They have the best audio quality. That's where I've seen Iron Maiden the most times. That's where I've seen King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard the most times. I'm trying to decide if I want to make this look super fancy or not, and I'm kind of leaning no. What blocks do I have a bunch of? Let's actually do it this way. Very tiny venue. I'm not familiar with the venue at all. I know very little about Minneapolis. Aside from that, the name of the city is kind of fun to say. Zostra. The miner has given birth to a girl. Congratulations to Zostra and Zostra Jr. She says, Ma! And, Your dad feels adoration after becoming a parent. Or your husband, I suppose. One of my favorite lines is disillusioned after becoming a parent, concerned after becoming a parent. Every now and again you see those and it always just makes me chuckle. I've been watching their sets recently, Cricket, and I kind of felt bad because I kept like trying not to laugh. Because the third day they did at the festival that they run, which is Fields of Vision, which just happened, was drag day, so they all dressed up in drag. And Stu, frontman, or one of the, I guess, two frontmen of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, was wearing like a pink wig and like this top hat thing and a dress. And sunglasses. And he kind of looked like someone just inverted the colors on Slash. And every now and again, the camera kept panning at him, and I just kept like almost bursting out laughing because he looked like he was pink Slash. It's just very funny. Because just the way his hair looked was very, very amusing. Bearded craft stuff. What can I do here? I've got a woodcraft stuff. Do woodcraft stuff work for you, my friend? Clockwork? Thumbs up. Why did this keep getting canceled? I'm just gonna remove Cricket from that task. Let's be less specific. Need those to just get done. You like it? Okay. Clockwork is very quick to anger, can't handle stress, does not go out of his way to help others, likes to take it easy, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Has little interest in joking around. Tends to consider what others think of him. Isn't particularly ambitious. Occasionally overindulges. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally, respects power. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. He sees sacrifice wasteful and foolish because he saw Poperi die, and values dignity because of wearing old clothing, and likes basalt and praise. And moose bone, as well as maces, leather armor, figurines, blue peafowls for their enormous fantails, and basking sharks for their open mouths, and the word of the play of couples and the sound of the fabulous euphoria. When possible, he prefers to consume hard wheat beer and ginkgo seeds, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. And he's very fat, and has some friends. Sly, Bismuth, and Kronos, to name a few. Hello, Mina. Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. And we'll keep the arena building slowly. You know, I could also just do this. This would actually be quite a bit easier than the way I was doing it before, so I'm actually just going to do it this way. Sometimes I think I should just be willing to settle, and today I'm going to settle. Although this should be up, not down. I just, you know, need to not... I can settle, but I need to settle correctly. You know what you know what I mean? Except this stuff here needs to be done first. And hopefully it doesn't cave anything in. It might, but, you know. If it does, then oh well. So swell. It definitely will. It's absolutely going to. 100% it's going to. 1000% it's going to, actually. In fact, I guarantee it's going to. I could fix that probably by just simply getting rid of that. If might already know where the new army patch dropped? Yeah, we know. Okay, well this side's fine. Bah! What's life without a little danger? Yeah, ironically, I managed to catch the patch seconds after it released. Actually, no, we'll be totally fine. Should be. Nope, that's gonna cave in. And that should be fine. Uh-oh. Why are you in midair, dwarf? You're carrying a baby, and you're working in the most dangerous job site in the fort. Typical dwarven behavior. My mayor got reelected. Let's see how that raise attempt went. We also... Ooh. 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 We got a bronze blowgun. Ain't that cool? Also that light yellow diamond training spear. But yeah, we got some posts about it. But it's never too late to remind people that, by the way, there's a new patch that came out today. It fixes armies. You can invade stuff again. Strategic boots attack the stability of traps of an unknown civilization. At depth, the crew and the dwarf Zulban Pubert led the attack, and the defenders were led by Maelstrom Priest Sele. The dwarf outmatched the human Maelstrom Priest with a cunning plan. And the attackers had a strong positional advantage. They confronted the human Maelstrom Priest. I feel like these should be hidden on the overworld, but that would also make them really hard to find in adventure mode, so. The human Maelstrom Priest was struck down by the dwarf. There you go. We looted. The primeval light earring was looted. They clashed with a single goblin, slaying them. Nice. They rampaged throughout it. And the stability of traps fled depth of crew. It's like a weirdly real thing. I looted a mysterious dungeon for the magical item in it. Just like this one, Yon Deeps, that I'm about to go for. We're going to go pillage that. Someone could also just have a rock fall on their head. Maybe not great, but it could happen. That's kind of the goal, yeah, is for it to be recessed into the cliff side. So like this is the top of the cliff up here. And so I'm just slowly building into this down here. Does that still make it good or bad? I don't know. Chat, what's the sharpness of diamond? Could one of you wiki nerds please go look? That would be greatly appreciated, actually. I have no idea. I was just going to put it on a pedestal somewhere and be like, look at this cool thingy. And also, I've got this, which is going to be assigned to my militia commander whenever they return again. Because Primeval Light, I'll need to look at what it does, but it will give them some sort of magic power. Because, you know, video games. What's the plan here? I'm building a big arena to make Forgotten Beasts fight. But to hit the proper level of scale that I'm going for, it's taking a while. I've also got this lovely big bridge leading to the arena over here. Holy moly, yeah, thank you. I'm aiming for that effect. When in showbiz, you must build to impress, you know? And the rest of this can all be... or a bunch of this can be conglomerate. I mean, this is the majority of the fort right here. Down here. Down into here. And here. I'm actually really starting to like the look of this area. It'll be so much nicer once I've replaced all these walls, but that's going to take time. These are the temples. And then this goes all the way down and eventually goes through a whole bunch of different various spots where we dug out minerals, all the way down to where we're above ground farming over here. Back up here at the top. It's a pretty tall mountain, as you can see. The dwarves get real busy over here. I mean... this is where the majority of the materials are for constructing stuff. What are you trying to equip? I mean, they're mostly kitted out. Because blocks come out of these workshops and go into this, and then go into this minecart right into this minecart right here, slowly with time, and then zip over to here, and then dumped into that, and then redistributed into this. I really like the color scheme, yeah. We really lucked out with all of the malachite we have. Like, really lucked out with all of the malachite. Let's just go in through here and unforbid all of the failed constructions. And then down here, I'm just going to do this. And then I feel like I should throw something back here, but what I'm probably just going to do is these. Woo! Look at all these fancy fucking coffers, man. So this right here is the light yellow diamond training spear. I feel like I should assign that to the mayor. Speaking of, we now have 2 of those things. Mayor, you can just carry it around. It can be a symbol of us. Speaking of other primeval thing. We also got an aluminum chest, a bronze buckler, silver cage, and a Pericles something. Yeah, a lot of musing about that has been done, Zemodir, since this update came out. With the Shady Hope of an unknown civilization were attacking the Shady Hope. The defenders were led by a human named Maelstrom priest named More. More Covenant Dabblers. Wait, hold on a second. That actually, like, is a functional sentence. There are human Maelstrom priest named More Covenant Convent Dabblers? The dwarf Zulban Pubert outmatched the human with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The dog Reg, homage handles clashed with a single giant Olm? Wait, what? Hold up. How did we bring the dog with us? There's no dogs assigned to this squad. The Walls of Color, poorly led by Pubert, clashed with 7 goblins, slaying them. The human Maelstrom priest attacked the dwarf Cog, razor handles, and it seems like Cog razor handles killed him. Pubert clashed with a single giant bat, slaying them, and the Walls of Color, led by Pubert, clashed with 4 goblins in Yondeeps, slaying them. I don't think that can happen. If that can happen, I've never seen that before. We stole the Primeval Light Bracelet, and which was looted. And in the early summer of 308, the Mountain of Dyes looted treasure from Yondeeps. Where's my Captain of Agurd? You can have the bracelet. You're going to read Future of the Fortress first. Future of the Fort, chat. It's right there. It's Tarn's monthly Q&A. This dwarf's keeping up to date on development of Dwarf Fortress. It's very important. That might be my favorite book I've seen in a long... I'm going to have to screenshot that for later, because that's funny. Anyways, that dog... So apparently it's assigned to Pubert? Yeah, no, it left. Did I accidentally assign you as a pet or something? Oh, shit. Did you actually do a sermon? Holy, you don't see that very often. Some otters actually gave a sermon. It feels zealous and wonder. And Edom was interested. This is a very unrealistic sermon. Well, good for you there, dwarf. I must have just assigned it and completely forgot, but I didn't realize that that dwarf would have that. I say jewelry isn't technically mittens, is it? Okay, so I'm gonna have to reassign a new metal armor full. This whole squad. So they'll all be able to go get their correct numbers of shoes. And also new pants if they're available. Oh, maybe. I very well could have done that and completely forgot about it. We're getting up there, though. Skilled leader. Novice ambusher. Adequate tactics. These dwarves are very busy in this library. I mean, there is 33 books in this library, so it's a lot of books that you need to read. So, Sour Grapes is still in prison. How do you feel about pondering things, if you've pondered anything? You haven't. Well, good on you, I suppose. Let's jump back up to the overworld and raise this site. And then we'll have to figure out what we're going to do next. Okay, so since all this is done, I'm going to make a stockpile. Right here, and right here. I'm going to make this for bolts. I'm not going to specify much. Let's just put bolts there. But I'm also going to permit them to store bolts here. And this down here is going to be a archery range. And they're going to shoot south. And the Oily Pages, which is a terrible name. The Oily Bolts. The colorless armors. Oh, that's funny. We'll go with that. The colorless armors, the walls of color, and the oily bolts are my squads currently. One of them is a skilled spears dwarf. I think I'm actually going to send Reg out to go do something. Squad B. B squad. Mostly just want them to go explore something. Abandoned, ideally. Looking for destroyed locations like this. Or that. Let's just go there. Oh, I need some wood bolts. For training. We will see you later, Cricket, if you're on your way out now. Hey, chat, say goodnight to Cricket. Our chirping friend. So, chat, what are you guys up to this weekend? I think it's a 50-50 chance as to whether or not I end up going camping. It highly depends on the weather. But if the weather holds out, I may end up going camping. If it says it's going to thunderstorm the day before, I will not. Regardless, I will be doing a bunch of editing tomorrow and the day after. So, wish me luck with that if you want. That's all I'm doing this weekend. I would really like to go on that camping trip, though, so fingers crossed. There they go. Off to explore the flask place. You should have bolts now. Probably canning beets. I've been like debating going out and spending like an offensive amount of money on beets so that I can can some. Just so that I can can some. Because I did a bunch of beets last year and they were so friggin' good. Like, holy shit. Like, oh my god, they were great. Not sure what you're doing. Bunch of other stuff I want to do. Some stuff, coding, etc. But baby takes priority, so a lot depends. Yeah, that's fair. I'm doing a lot of gardening. I mean, we're getting close to the end of that season, at least here. Which is kind of nice in some ways. What really wants martial training? Just gonna poke around for dwarves that want training. Ice Blue wants training. Are they wearing the wrong uniform? Hold on. No, it's the right uniform. They just reassign everything. Old school RuneScape and cartoons. Sounds like a solid weekend. Got the house to yourself, so no real responsibility. You'll spend it all baked unless your buddy is moving this weekend, in which case you're going to spend the weekend baking to helping a friend move at a very reasonable, chill pace, right? Yeah, no, I super duper set this as the wrong thing. This should not be replacing clothing. Save uniform and continue. Let's go equip clothes like normal dwarves, please. He asked for help. He did not ask for quick help. I mean, here's the is he paying you? Because yeah, then if he gets help, he should just be thankful in and of that. Like, base level of help is better than no help. Also, like, right now is a good time of year to move. It's not like when I moved where it was like February and the one day that last year that it's, or the earlier this year that it snowed. It was like there was 3 days worth of snow and those were the days I moved. It sucked. Do not recommend. Hell no, beer and oh, I mean, food is like food's provided for moving, obviously. Yeah, I bought my dad and my brother-in-law lunch on the ferry over and gave my brother-in-law gas money. So, which I used my ill-gotten gains to pay for. So technically moving cost me nothing. I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. I used to live on kind of a crappy street. As in, like, it was the one street in that town left that still had a strip club on it. And also was, like, buildings would burn down abnormally frequently and then get demoed for new developments. And they were, like, you know, buildings that still had people living in them. It wasn't great. It wasn't bad. Like, it was fine. It was a little, you know, like when a place is just a little squint, like you just kind of squint a little bit when you think about it. And you're like, the place is a little sketchy. That's kind of where I lived. And I lived there for, you know, the better part of 10, 11, 12 years almost. And right before I moved, like literally a couple of weeks, like the move was all planned, date was set, everything. I was walking home, and I was walking past that club that I mentioned, and something hit my foot. For clarity, I wasn't particularly sober. I was walking home from the bar, and something bumped into my foot, and I looked down, and there was a wallet on the ground. I reached down, and I picked it up. And I opened it, and it was completely empty. There was no cards in it whatsoever, and it looked brand new. But there was $950 cash. In hundos and a 50. So I put that wallet into my pocket, and I ran home. I didn't walk, I ran. So that more or less covered my move. A wallet, yes. No, not a bullet. If I found a bullet in the middle of a city, in the city, I would just run. I would skip the picking it up part. I don't live in Texas. That would be very strange. You like all the windows? They look comfy? Yeah, me too. They look really nice. That's so many fucking totems, holy shit. We are making wooden bolts. Oh. They aren't training. Let's just follow this, because I haven't messed with these guys in a little bit. And if there is actually an issue with crossbow dwarves not training, it would be good to know. Dwarf named Philly. Beard or no beard? Actually, I want to try something. It's going to seem oddly specific, but... So let's just get rid of those. Confirm. Then go back over here. That's odd. Why are they not equipping bone bolts? Oh. Hold on. No? The green is malachite, yeah. That's bizarre. Why are you not equipping wooden bolts? What's up, Puzzy? That's weird. This was working last time I did this. How's the patch? Pretty good. For some odd reason, dwarves are refusing to equip wooden bolts, and I'm a little bit vexed by it, but outside of that, no real issues. Combat seems to work, so that's nice. We went and stole stuff from flash orbs. Or looted treasure. Discovering the beaker. Can knowledge save the world? The Great Dissection. The Mindful Library. Piston and Glory. My favorite comedy duo. Moon and the Sun. Before and After. The Hidden Meaning of Negation. And Surgery. The Definitive Guide. Well, that one actually sounds useful. Competition in Practice. The Lock and Beyond. No beard. Okay, gotcha. And do we understand beakers? Clearly not. And this was us raising a dungeon. But seems to be working so far as the patch goes. The forces of the Mountain of Dyes rampaged throughout Yondeeps. The last few fled, and we destroyed the place, and got a steel flail. We stealed that flail. Speaking of steel flails. Curious if Gig's got that spear. Gig do have that spear strapped to their body. Nice. So you want just a dwarf with no beard named Philly. Well, it's the happiest dwarf in the fort. Congrats. Philly. She never falls in love or develops positive feelings towards anything. She dislikes helping others and rarely is jealous. She's very trusting, and she tends to be passive in discussion. She could be considered rude, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She can handle stress, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is often cheerful, and she tends to avoid crowds. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She has an active sense of humor, and she currently is more fearless. She's currently more confident and currently less private. And she's currently more thoughtless. She scratches her head when she's nervous, and she tends to stare unwaveringly when she's speaking to somebody. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally has a deep dislike of the natural world. She sees war as a useful means to an end, and she finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and values eloquence. She likes hornblende and silver and banded agate, as well as pecan wood, amber, pond grabber, bone, and the color cornflower? Pardon me. Give me 2 seconds. To Google. Color cornflower. I beggeth your pardon, that's a blue. I refuse to accept this. Oh, cornflower is like a type of flower. Okay. That is not something I've ever heard of before in my life, but also, what do I know about wedding gowns? So I will just accept that and move on with my day. She likes the color cornflower and doors, anvils, and llamas for their wool, and the sound of the iron of mines of impossible prefers to consume. How do you eat a fire imp? Like, are they even butcherable? yak cheese, and white millet beer. This dwarf is special and hates rats. You first learned that color from Crayola? Really? Oh, I never read the box. With barbecue sauce? Yeah, and a fire-resistant pot, and a fire-resistant spoon. Yeah, eat them fast so you don't realize how much burning it's causing. Well, congratulations, Philly, you're special. You have a daughter and a hubby, and you really want to pray, like really bad, but you're making a lot of charcoal, so you don't seem to mind. It's like those people that swallow live eels in a beer. It's like, how do you eat it really quickly? Probably really cleans out your nostrils, let me tell you. All right, well, my squatties have returned. And the construction of the arena continues. But how's your day been, Clino? There's a type of corn that is blue? Huh. See, when I hear corn, I think like yellow, because that's what I think of as the color of corn. So when I hear cornflower, my brain immediately goes to like aggressively bright yellow. But clearly I have no idea what I'm talking about, so. Yeah, I've had like red and pink corn before. I don't think I've ever had blue corn though. And do you hear about drinking eels? Beautiful. Welcome back. Yeah, it's every now and again you see it on social media, but I mostly think of it as like something that people do in crazy Japanese bars. Is just because that's the only place I've seen people do it. But you just take a live eel, you put it in your beer, and you chug really quickly. Which is Nordic for cliff. Okay. I guess this is one way to, like, keep cave adaptation down. The other thing I really need to do on this is take out both of these. So that I can basically build a structure here to defend this more effectively with a little bit of luck. Yes, I'm quite happy too. Is one of my miners currently holding a silver goblet. Desperately needs a new hood. Which actually I'm a little surprised that hasn't been made. Because I queued up a whole bunch of hoods. Which one are you attached to? Oh, because I only queued up yarn hoods, not cloth hoods as well. That'd be why. Because it's a plant preferably grows in cornfields. Huh. I mean, it's not something I know much about, cornfields. I don't live somewhere where a lot of corn is grown, but I don't know. There's plenty of colors I've learned exist because of this game. Like, this is not the most I need a thesaurus sometimes to play this game, but like, I don't know. There's things that like you maybe know exist, like you've seen it, but you've never learned what the name of it is. I always have an example for like this kind of like lack of knowledge where it's like my older sister spent the first like 11 years of her life thinking that a stomach was called a stomach or a stomach because she'd heard the word stomach, knew what a stomach was, but had only read the word in her head and never read it out loud around another person. And then there was one day, and I very, very vividly remember this, where she told my mom that her stomach was hurting. And my mom was like, I beg your fucking pardon? Minus the fucking part, because my parents were pretty well-spoken. And after we all finished laughing, my mom gave her a Tums. So I've never played that Final Fantasy game. So, Christoph. I know what Vanta Black is because the internet has poisoned my brain. But apparently I don't know what a cornflower is. So. You weren't a high enough level to see it? Of course, yes. That's why I didn't know what it was in real life either. Because I haven't leveled up my knowledge skill enough. I think I'm not sure what I'm less educated in. MMOs or real life. I think it might actually be real life than MMOs. Well, no, I'm probably more educated in real life factoids than MMOs. Probably. Did you get the dwarves' beds in the end? The dwarves' beds. Did I get the dwarves' beds? I'm not sure what the question is. Did I make enough beds? Yes. Have I made enough beds? Yes. Do I need more? Not currently. If that's what the question is. Christopher would like you to post beers, chat. You've seen cornflower used as a common accent in loose leaf tea blends? Certainly. I've certainly seen teas with hints of blue. I mean, when I Googled it just now and like scrolled down a little bit, I saw a lot of pictures of wedding photos. So, I don't know if it's immediately obvious with my general personality, but I know very little about weddings. I've been to several, but I've never had to organize one, thankfully. I started going through that process once and it was not fun. So I'd rather not do that again if I can avoid it. So it's not exactly something that I have much interest in, nor something that I follow particularly closely ever. It's considered a weed there, but you remember it from, well, very well from the very early days? Where are they like, oh, what are those called? There's those yellow flowers that people plant alongside of tomatoes because they take pests away from tomatoes. But I'm now marigolds. Those things, they attract pests. Or is it something that just is commonly seeded nearby? Was Elder Scrolls... You know, I think that might just be in Elder Scrolls now that you mention it. Because having seen the picture of it, it does look like a thing that you're frequently putting into potions in Elder Scrolls. Like Skyrim and such. Kudzu? Kudzu I've never seen in real life. I was actually like mildly surprised when I learned that kudzu was a real plant. Have you ever like encountered something in a video game, been very familiar with something in a video game, and then never really contemplated the fact that it might actually be real? And then discovered it was real and it like blew your mind? That was me and kudzu. Has blue mountain flowers. Aha. Well done, Skyrim. So now that that's done, we can go over to there, up to here, and down to there. And the arena continues to grow. And the top of it needs work. Very sketchy overhang. Your grandmother made an ointment out of it? Really? But grow them next to their plants? I do not know. Was it onions? I've always been told that there's a lot of pests that avoid marigolds. So if you plant them near other plants, it can like protect them. They also just attract a fuck ton of pollinators. So there's also that. So, like, you plant marigolds near tomatoes and you get less aphids? Cheese wedge plus wheel of cheese, the same cheese plus potion of X Elder Scrolls. You know, I'll tell you this about Elder Scrolls. I played, I don't know, 200 hours of Skyrim, give or take. I never made a single potion. Not once. Never done that. Yeah, I mean, I like survived on cheese wheels mostly. Like cheese wheels and random meat that I cooked. Also, SC in YouTube chat says, why would you when there are so many on shelves you drop them that sometimes to make room for more battle axes? Correct. Exactly. That's actually very much exactly it. Yes. It wasn't because I didn't realize that there was a potion making system in the game until like, I don't know, multiple tens of years after that game released. You can make pot. Oh, I was like, wait, there's pottery in Skyrim for a second there, and then I. Yeah, okay, you're talking about potions. All right. I think so, in regards to did I play Skyrim. I never finished the main quest line. I don't even think I finished the first quest in the main quest line. So I was a stereotypical Skyrim player. Well, I think the arena is starting to take shape. Okay, well, I'm not including the tutorial. Necron Is it possible to not complete that quest? I'm pretty sure that's like that's where like the dragon ambushes you, right? Because I guess I did that. Mostly collecting plants, brewing potions, but you never played the story though? Yeah. Quest 0. I don't remember doing any other quests, but admittedly I haven't played that game since about 8 months after it released. So, a couple of Fantasy DF things that have tripped me up. Purring maggots I figured were fake. I mean, to be fair, clowns are fake. But are they? And, but there are two-legged lizards and not two-legged rhino lizards. Correct. Correct. I remember one of the biggest what moments I ever had in Dwarf Fortress was when I read that a dwarf liked gnomes for their ability to consume alcohol. And it probably got deleted in the Clipocalypse back in the day, but somewhere there's footage probably of me screaming, "There's gnomes in this video game." You know, after playing it for a very long time on and off. That certainly tripped me up. Hello, Devilish. It's good to see you. What a time to join. What, right before I'm about to end? Or me talking about there being gnomes in the video game. Both of these things are true. Better now than never. Missed you, Devilish. I'm looking forward to being able to stream more come next month. It's been very shallow on the streaming capacity for me as of late. Oh no, I get to re-arrest the dwarf. Actually, let me just check. Sour. Done any pondering? This poor dwarf. No ability to stand, super wounded, injured beyond all reason, has a pet sheep, is very sad about life. Which one were you assigned to? That one. You would not be sad about a protect your booze mod with common gnomes? Only if gnomes were... I feel like I would just want gnomes to be able to do more than just protect your booze. I kind of wish that gnomes were actually a faction that, like, weren't spottable in the overworld, but actually had, like, more advanced stuff going on than kobolds. And, like, they don't talk, so maybe make them all just communicate telepathically or something. Got traders. Missed you too by 8 hours, apparently. Today, yeah. You know, Viking, I got a joke for your joke, because Viking in the YouTube chat says my playstyle in Skyrim is Dragon all the Horde. Okay, well, my playstyle in Skyrim is Dragon. I'm dragging all these unconscious bodies into the shadows so that I can assassinate more people. We are not the same. Yeah, I guess modders can either just say this creature doesn't exist or there is a lot of them, and there's kind of no in the middle. I kind of don't want to arrest that dwarf just yet. I hope that I want them to get rid of some of their needs first. Yeah, it kind of seems like Mark's dwarves can't use training ammo. What if I set that to combat as well? Or they're like refusing to, and I'm not sure why. I've had a few people comment about it recently, and I've been a little bit quick to say that should work. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be. Weird. The Thomas the Tank Engine mod? I saw footage of it, but no, I never played it. Although, the best comedy mod for not a Skyrim game, but the best comedy mod for a Bethesda game that I've ever seen is the mod that swaps the sound file for the minigun in Fallout from the normal sound to SpongeBob giggling. There's a few videos of it online, and it is special. So, chat room, I got some bad news. I have to end. The reason I gotta end is because I have to go pick up food. I won't be streaming tomorrow because I'm deep editing a new project, which I have to get done, or want to get done. I don't have to get it done, but I want... Why do I have an Artifact Silver Battle Axe? Hold up. Did I actually successfully steal an Artifact Silver Battle Axe? Huh. Well, that's pretty dope. That is a fat axe. Yes, that is true. Well, damn. Two seconds, though. I want to see this dwarf equip this axe. And then I want to read its description. But yeah, I will not be on tomorrow. I was originally planning to be, but I won't be because I need to work on the next project, which is going to be a sequel follow-up to my most viewed big video, which is the worst map I ever played in Dwarf Fortress. And I will, once that video's done, I'm like throwing around the idea in my head of maybe taking the two and gluing them together and making one big video, because YouTube likes that apparently. Zeril Bongosh is a silver battle axe. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with porcupine bow and encircled with bands of water buffalo horn and coated with water while it's been rained on. Well done, Romanoid. Well done. And that's us for the day, chat. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thanks for giving you Fortress Henry again. Well, keep playing. You'll get there too. Forts like this aren't hard to build. They just take a lot of time. Thanks for all the likes, YouTube folks. It's a shame that YouTube didn't promote the stream as much the past few streams, but thanks to the 50 of you who tuned in. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Take care, YouTube folks.